Blah, hello. Time for the more the shootings of blah blah blah. I'm gonna preemptively bump this down. Cause it's loud. It's always gonna be loud. Okay. Shuten. Yeah, that's about where I want it. Give or take. Dino time! Get on that freaking dino. Wait. I rode on Rex, sprinting through Area 2. We had a slow start and it took some getting used to. Now full speed ahead. I hear Techo Eon through the headset. But moreover, really funny that despite us knowing dinos have feathers, almost every dino is still leathery. Okay, but we do know for a fact that these are feathers. Like, these on the back, we know that from description, they said it's feathers. So it's like, they combine the two. Leathery and have feathers. It's the best of both worlds, effectively. Sigh in relief. I don't want him to die here. 君にも敵に関する情報を共有しておこう。異教徒の組織名は清潔の大地、環境系のテロ団体だ。竜宮壊滅を目論み、最深部のエリア9に向かっている。The Palace. Hearland terrorists are headed for Area 9. Area 9 has a.
最深部のエリア9には詳細は不明です。しかし伝承によりますと、終点鏡を守護する秘宝が安置されているとのこと。テコさん、私前に聞いたことがあるんです。この研究所の最深部には秘宝。随分と物知りの探偵もいたものだね。それは終点鏡のトップシークレットだよ。でも秘宝の正体までは知りません。詳細は言えないが、口に出すにもはばかられる大秘宝だよ。もしもあれを破壊されたら、終点鏡は滅ぶだろうね。
No more control over ourselves, probably. Probably all shut down, perhaps? So Otohime spoke the truth. This is a national crisis.
脳にチップの入った動物たちは秘宝を守る門番というわけですね。君は本当に物知りだね。まあ確かにここの動物たちは門番としての一面を持っているよ。今は敵に回ってしまったけどね。
Dego Ian is surprisingly loose-lipped. This is a good chance. Should ask him everything on my mind.
テコさんは終点鏡の発足前から教祖と付き合いがあるんですよね。どういう関係だったんですか？レジスタンス時代のこと？
僕は単なるオペレーターとして付き添っていただけだよ。
You would just say that.
教祖と一緒に戦場を転々としていたんだ。
そんなに長い付き合いの教祖が突然死んでどう思います？
別に何も。
何もって少しくらいは悲しんだりとか。
いや、本当に何も。僕にとって教祖の優
先順位？
僕には夢があるからね。些細なことにいちいち感情を動かしている。
You gotta focus on the big picture, huh? Little things. Cold as a Techo Eon sent shivers down my spine. That my death would be so trivial. Techo Eon is surprisingly loose. Yeah, we gotta get the other one now. Your relation with the Hizaki.
テコさん、ドクター江崎という人物について教えてもらえませんか？
Dr. Izaki, who was erased from Ryugu's history. I couldn't help but wonder.
まさかここでドクター江崎の名前が出てくるとはね。
ドクター江崎はここの副所長だったと聞いたことがあります。
ドクター江崎は天才だよ。才能だけなら僕と同等だね。
そんなに？
ああ、特にあいつが発明したナーブチップは科学の歴史に残る大傑作だ。
ナーブチップ、それって確かここの動物の脳内に入ってるやつですよね。
Panel in the archives had an explanation about this chip.
元の自我を一時的に停止させ、脳に別の自我をインストールするこのチップがあれば、おかげで研究が劇的に進んだよ。
そんなにすごい人なのに、どうしてドクター江崎は今リュウグウにいないんです
There
か？
has to be a big reason as to why.
死んだからだよ。獄中でね。
Oh! Oh!
獄中？犯罪者だったってことですか？
ああ、あいつは終点史上最悪の犯罪に手を染めたんだ。リュウグウの汚点だよ。
Huh. First time in the history of Shuten to disgrace the Ryugu. So that's why Techo Eon blacked out Dr. Izaki's panel. Hide the disgrace of Ryugu.
本当にバカなやつだよ。おとなしく僕と同じ夢を見ていれば、監獄なんかで死なずに済んだもの。
Techo Eon's tone. He seems a little disappointed. He expected better. The founder and Dr. Izaki, they are both dead. Two people who are heavily involved with Techo Eon are dead. Is this a coincidence? Unlikely. Both the founder and Dr. Izaki, they must have been disposable to Techo Eon. Like those people use as dinosaur bait.
テコさん、教祖は？
おっと、詮索はそのくらいにしてもらおうか。これ以上僕の腹を探るつもりなら、こちらも君の素性を全力で調べ上げるぞ。
いや、
この事件が終わったら全部話してやるから。今は異教徒の全滅に全力。
Heretics take priority.
ほら、エリア2の出口が見えてきたぞ。
あれは瓦礫？
ああ、異教徒による小細工だよ。中には爆弾？
Yes, as we were told with Ku.
振動を与えると爆発する。いいか、レックスの口を重機のように使って慎重に爆弾を取り除け。
I followed Techo Eon's advice and carefully removed the debris. Then...
危なかった。
Buried inside was a square bomb. If I had attacked it without knowing... Yeah, clearly it would have led to a bad end if I didn't do the other stuff first. I would have been blown to pieces.
教えてくれてありがとうございます。おかげで命拾いしました。
僕の手柄ではないよ。異教徒から爆弾について聞き出したのは大月空。
クー君が
取るに足らない服役臭と思って
I
いたが
thought he was supposed to...
彼は案外そっか。またクー君が。
Coo. Coo had risked his life to get this information for us. Sure, this was a lot of work. Might have injured himself fighting heretics.
爆弾の除去が完了したなら、君は早く先に進め。
I'm gonna do this. Coo. Whoop.
異教徒はすでにエリア5に到達したぞ。
Technically, Eon urges me to hurry, but
私、ここでクー君を待ちます。これ以上彼を一人にしておくのは、心配で。
仲良し小良しの友達ごっこをしている暇はないんだ。この任務には終点教の未来がかかっているんだぞ。
それならなおさらクー君の力が必要でしょ。私一人じゃまたトラップに引っかかりそうになるかもしれないし。
まったくバカなやつほど群れたがるな。
oh boy. Echo Eon sounded fed up as he hangs up the call.
しもべれ、ちょっと話をしていいなりか?
Now someone else connected. This voice sounds familiar. Oh, it's him. Yes. The robot I controlled when we broke into headquarters. I think his name was...
君、あられちゃんだよね。
Arale-chan?
ワッチのこと知ってるなりか?
ちょっと噂で聞いたことが。ところで私に何か用？
しもべれ、お前に頼みがあるなりよ。大月クーと合流したらあいつを助けてやってほしいなり。
助ける？クー君に何かあったの？
大月クーは異教徒の女を生き捕りにして。
Arale explains in detail what happened to Koo. Koo treated the captured heretic well and tried to help her, but... she killed herself right in front of him.
クー君、またそんな辛い目に。
He just went through the dinosaur thing.
教えてくれてありがとう、あられちゃん。なんとかクー君を励ましてみるよ。
頼むなり、しもべれ。ワッチはこういう時、何の役にも立たないから。
役立たずなんてとんでもないよ。あられちゃんが私たちを見守ってくれていると思うと、それだけで心強いから。
ワッチは見てるだけなのに？
見て、心配して、声をかけてくれるのが嬉しいんだよ。私たちはチームなんだから、それぞれができることを頑張ればいいんじゃないかな。チーム？私たち一緒に異教徒を追う仲間でしょ。
Or something interrupts our conversation. Loud! I heard Koo's car engine. Koo is here.
レイさん、わざわざ待っててくれたのかよ。先に行っててよかったんだぜ。
When I get to the area to exit, Ray and the T-Rex are waiting for me.
どうしても直接お礼を言いたかったから。あれ見てよ。
Looking to where Ray was pointing, there's a cube with a strange mark on it.
あれ、瓦礫に埋まってた爆弾。衝撃を与えると爆発するみたい。
そうか。あいつの言ってたことは本当だったのか。
聞いたよ、クー君の活躍。異教徒から情報を聞き出してくれたんだって。
いや、聞き出したっつうか。
She just told you. She kinda just gave it to me. For some reason, as she was dying.
また命を救われちゃったね。ありがとう。私を何度も助けてくれて。
Thank you. Makes me so happy every time I hear that. Happy and guilty.
あいつらにもこの感じ味わってほしかったな。
The feeling of helping someone. I wanted them to feel this too. They died without a chance of forgiveness. Smacked around and thrown in prison. Joining the heretics, becoming terrorists. Ending their lives as criminals. Their lives have meaning.
ちくしょうが償う前に死ぬんじゃねえよ。
How can you know without trying again? How can you know why we're alive?
クー君
Ray's voice snapped me out of it.
悪いレイさん、こっちの話だ。
You are not doing well, Koo. I wipe my tears and look away.
いいから早く出発しようぜ。俺は車でレイさん追っかける。
待って、そんな状態で運転なんて無理だよ。
いや、俺は平気だ。そんなやわじゃ。
だから無理だってば。手にも大怪我してるみたいだし。ここからは一緒に行こう。
一緒に？
Ray nodded deeply, smiling.
ここからはタンデムで進もうよ。
Looking down on the research center from the T-Rex, everything looked different. The land from atop a giant. Being able to get rid of anything in the way. The freedom. The roar, terrifying not that long ago, is now reveling.
すごいでしょ。レックスの上から見る景色って爽快な気分にならない？
ああ、風を感じるってレベルじゃねえな。
The wind roars in my ears. It's all just so much. All that bloody stuff on the floor, and the next thing I know, I'm here.
大きいよな。
大きいよね、レックスって。まるで怪獣みたいだよ。
Kaiju?
いや、レックスのことじゃねえよ。
Control this giant thing. But you went out of your way to try to cheer me up. Compassion as a person is on a whole nother level.
そろそろスピードに慣れてきた？でもまだまだこんなもんじゃないよ。行くよレックス。スピードアップ。
レイさん、さすがにちょっと早すぎねえか？
大丈夫大丈夫。しっかり私に捕まっててね。
I cling to Ray for my life. It may be lame and pathetic, but still. Feel calm being in contact with Ray. Ray's body is softer and more slender than it looks. Has a pleasant scent, too. I had kind of figured, but this person...
女だよな。
You figured it out, Pooh.
何か言った？
別に。
It doesn't matter if he's a boy or a girl. This isn't the time for that. I shake my head to get rid of the thoughts. But I wish this trip would never end. I couldn't stop from thinking that. Ray is here with me. Can't help but think this is some miracle. Who trying to figure out if he's bisexual or straight? I mean, yeah, basically. Maybe it was because of these thoughts, but our tracking wasn't going very well. Burp!
やめてやめて、頭つっつかないでよ、痛いって。
こら鳥野郎、レイさんの頭に巣作ろうなんざ100年早っ。おいそこ、耳噛んでんじゃねえ。
A flocks of birds in Area 3 are pecking at Ray's hair. His head was about to be turned into a nest. Frog! Massive!
ぬるぬる、顔がぬる。
レイさん、気を確かに持て。ゲロゲロ泣いてんじゃねえカエルども。レイさんから離れやがれ。
In Area 4, an army of frogs attacks Ray. I had to pull them all off of his face. I smacked him awake after he passed out, narrowly avoiding Rex falling over. I guess he has a pretty bad luck. We keep on getting into trouble. He had snakes wrapped around his neck, got headbutted by salamanders. I look away and he's getting attacked by a different animal. Can't let my guard down at all.
まだ顔がぬるぬる。ねえ、もうどこにもヘビ巻きついてないよね。
Clearly.
レイさんはなんでこう動物に懐かれんだ。なんか変なフェロモンでも出てんのか。
変なフェロモンって。ひどいな。私を一体何だと。フェロモンって。
レイさん、何急に笑って。
クーくんだって。
Getting over the nerves, we burst out laughing and couldn't stop. We rolled around on top of Rex, laughing together. We're chasing terrorists while riding a giant dinosaur. Even insanity can turn to comedy when turned up too high. Thanks to that, the fear went away, though. Pico having to watch his dipshit for pain. Yeah, basically. Him having a huge, exasperated sigh. If only for a little, I was able to forget the tragedy. Because Ray is here with me. Time goes by as we laugh. We reach Area 5 in no time. Waiting there for us. Wow. It was so pretty I couldn't speak. Looking up the night sky, we froze like statues for a bit.
これ、ホタル？すごい。
ああ、こんなもん初めて見たぜ。
すごいや。まるで星だよ。ホタルの星。
Ray was getting all excited. I'm gonna have to close the door. loud dog. Ray was getting all excited. He opens his mouth with a big wow, laughing like a child.
辛いことがたくさんあった一日だけど、なんか最後に私たちだけ得しちゃったね。
ああ、嫌な記憶が帳消しだ。むしろ釣りが来るくらいだぜ。
I was able to see something beautiful with Ray. This moment is more valuable to me than anything.
竜宮を労役先に選んで正解だったぜ。ホタルなんてもう竜宮でしか見られねえしな。
I wish I could have shown the guys. I couldn't help but think that. My family waiting for me too. Just then.
ねえ、クー君。ホタルが竜宮でしか見られないってどういうこと？
I tilt my head, confused that this had his question.
何言ってんだよ、レイさん。ホタルはとっくの昔に絶滅しただろ。
絶滅？ホタルって絶滅してたの？
レイさん、まだ冗談言い足りねえのか？
冗談？
ホタルに限らず地球にはもう動物なんてほとんど残ってねえだろ。
Yeah.
植物も人間も。
Which means the only remaining remnants is mutants and shit. That's something everyone knew. It's not something I should have to explain. But Ray... He looked like he was in shock. Oh my god. Arale sets up candles and pictures on the laboratory table, chanting some nonsense.
あられ？さっきから何をしてるんだ？
レックスの踊りになってくれたみんなに鎮魂の祈りを捧げていたなりよ。怒りを鎮めて成仏できますようにって。
Arale had set up photos of those workers from Area 2. The Beidai tricked Ku Atsuki into loading onto the truck. I always thought he was an idiot, but I didn't think it was this bad. My head already hurts enough as it is. Why does this useless pile of bolts make me want to rip my hair out?
あられ、そのバカ丸出しの儀式を今すぐやめろ。オカルトを僕の研究室に持ち込む。
でも、ちゃんと供養して謝らないと、こいつらの魂が報われないなり。
霊魂なんて存在するはずがないだろう。僕らは死んだら無に帰り、体はゴミと化すだけだ。
When we die and our functions cease, that's the end. That's the rule of life.
だいたい君が死者に謝ったって意味ないだろう。こいつらを殺したのは僕だ。君じゃない。違う
だり。これはワッチの罪でもあるなりよ。
あられ。
テコは時々悪いこともするけど、それはワッチの終点峡谷に生きるみんなの罪なり。だってテコは誰かがやらなければいけないことを率先してやってくれているだけなのに。 しもあの時テコが大月空を騙してレックスを連れ出していなかったら今頃地下は全滅していたなり。
Raleig's assumptions are correct. I just took the best courses of action to save the majority.
いつもそう。テコばっかりが悪者になるなりよ。みんなテコに怒りをぶつけて誰のおかげで生きているかもしれずに。だからワッチは決めたなり。ワッチじゃテコの代わりは務まらないけど、せめて罪の償いだけはワッチが肩代わりするなりよ。
Arale's determined shouts echo throughout the laboratory. I can't help but smile. In the end, Arale always understands the meaning of what I do. Sometimes I do cruel things. Sometimes I kill people. Like that time. And that time. And even that time. But I only do it because it's necessary. If someone's death is necessary for the survival of the Shuten order, I'll kill them without hesitation. This country was founded on thorough pacifism, and the doctrine strictly forbids killing or harming anyone. The exception is the Ministry of Security, which is allowed to use violence as a privilege for maintaining security and controlling heretics. And this privilege is also granted to me. In my position, I operate and manage my central systems related to the maintenance of the state. I have the authority to arrest, or, in some cases, dispose of those who approach or misuse these secrets that cannot even be disclosed to the Ministry of Security. I took it upon myself to expand this authority, and in cases where I judged that it couldn't be left to the Ministry of Security, I disposed of suspects with my own hands without report. When Arale notices my wrongdoing, he gets very angry and sad at first. But in the end, he always understands. And forgives my sins. Before I knew it, my headache had completely disappeared. My vision is clearer than ever, and I feel so refreshed. As long as Arale understands, I don't care what the riffraff say. He's my gentle, gentle indulgence who forgives me.
誰に何と思われようといいんだよ。恨まれ、たたられる覚悟がない者に幹部は務まらない。
でもそれじゃテコが。
いいんだよ。だいたいたたりなんて存在するはずがないだろう。霊魂、幽霊、本当にいるなら化けて出てきてほしいね。
ダメだりテコ。そんなことしたら本当に呪われてしまうだりよ。
I'm not afraid of curses from the dead or grudges from the living. As long as Arale is by my side, I'm invincible.
ところであられ、呪いはともかく祝いの準備はしなくていいのか。 もうすぐ地下の戦いは決着だ。凱旋パーティーをやるなら今から準備しておかないと間に合わないぞ。
あいつらもうエリア5まで来たざりか。
ああ、異教徒は現在エリア7で足止めを食らってる。このペースなら約1時間で追いつくだろう。
As expected, obtaining Rex was a significant advantage. The strongest mobility overcomes much of all difficulties.
異教徒を全滅させたらエリア8の脱出ポットで2人を地下から脱出させ、この研究室に招待しよう。
あいつらここに来るだり。
ああ、2人をもてなすのなら仕切りはあられに任せるよ。僕はそういうの苦手でね。
そうと決まればこうしちゃいらんないだり。パーリーの準備を整えるだりよ。
Arale starts preparing for a party quite energetically.
あいつらを目いっぱいねぎらわないと。地下でいっぱい頑張ってくれたから。
Now he's busy preparing crackers and hanging banners on the walls. Well, it might be a nice chance to have a big party once in a while. It'd be a good change of pace for Arale. Let's put on a good celebration. After the party, I will detain Rei Shimobe. The so-called Detective Rei Shimobe. The most important mission from now on is to uncover this person's true identity. I've been putting it off until now, but who is he? Why is he investigating the Founder's murder? And above all, his powers. The extraordinary ability to control animals at will. That can only be... Yeah, I had a feeling you'd know. Where'd he obtain that forbidden power? He can't possibly learn it from the Founder. I have to find out everything. When I'm done.
ねえってこれなんかおかしくないなりか。
Hearing Raleigh turn around to see him tilting his head curiously at a pitch-black monitor.
このモニターどうして映像を映さないなり。
確かにおかしいな。なんだ、故障か。
This monitor should always be showing us a feed from Area 6. Why is it black? The monitor itself doesn't look broken at all. No matter which monitor I switch to, only the feed from Area 6 comes up black.
エリア6で異常が発生しているようだね。
どうするなりってこ。しもべレイたち今からちょうどエリア6に突入するところなりよ。
If I take the safe route, I should give the order to stop Rei here. But Rei Shimobe has Rex, the strongest tool we've got. Even knowing some traps may lie ahead, it's also an option to let them charge in. Should I let Rei proceed or should I stop him? Decided to let him keep going. There's no way the highly evolved Rex could lose to the small tricks of heretics.
突っ込め。そして終わらせてこい。しもべれ。
We'll see if that works out. Close isn't a bad ending, but you can't proceed with the story. Meanwhile, if someone else has fallen into inevitable danger, go back and choose another option. Ew.
怒りを鎮めて長物でダンバンダンバン。
あら、で、大
ダブダブ。
猫は今頃力だ。あっちじゃてこの。
あられ。誰？いいんだよ。ところ、もうす、ああ、この、あいつらを目いっぱいねぎらわないと。ね
の
確かにおかしいな。止まれ、しもべれ。
I quickly switch on my mic to shout.
Mo すぐエリア6に突入するよ。クーくん、準備はいい？
ああ、レイさんと一緒なら地獄だって怖くね。
We ran along the corridor connecting to areas 5 and 6. The entrance to area 6 is close. The door is closed, but that's fine. We just have to dash into it. Rex slams on the door, breaking through it.
止まれ、しもべれ。
The headset tells us to stop. I pull the reins as quick as I can. It was so fast I almost fell off, but I just managed to hold on.
テコさん、急に無茶言わないでくださいよ。
文句を言ってる暇があったら周囲を見渡してみろ。何か異常は発生していないか。
異常って？
I do as he asks and look around.
なあレイさん、この辺妙に暑くねえか？
確かに暑いね。なんかここだけサウナみたいな。
エリア6の扉から妙な熱気が。これじゃまるでストーブだぜ。
Probably not a good idea to go in right away then.
そういうことか。
I hear him click his tongue through the headset.
しもべれ、今すぐそこを離れてエリア5に戻れ。
戻れって異教徒を追いかけるんじゃ。
エリア6ではおそらく火事が起こってる。それも大火事だ。
火事？
早く退避だ。下手をしたらその扉ごと吹っ飛ばされるぞ。
We make Rex turn back and evacuate to Area 5.
なんか拍子抜けだね。ついに異教徒との対決だと思ったら休憩なんて。
We evacuated Area 5 as instructed. Now we're resting here in the meadow.
急に休めって言われても興奮しちゃって全然気が休まらないや。
確かにいきなり休めって言われても困るぜ。
Who sighs as he says this.
けど少し嬉しい気もするな。
え？
レイさんと話せる時間が増えたからな。こりゃ儲けもんだ。
クー君。
Thinking about it, we've been so busy we haven't had the time to properly talk. I should take this chance to talk to Ku properly.
クー君、さっきの話について聞いてもいい？
さっきの話？
この世界にはもう動物がいないって。あれ？
ああ、そりゃ本当だけど、そんくらい常識だろ？
常識なんだ。
Angels didn't tell me. Was it so obvious that they didn't need to say it?
よかったら外の世界の環境についていろいろ教えてくれないかな。私って。
ああ、もちろん構わねえけど。
Ku starts to explain about the world outside of Shuten. According to Ku, the Earth has survived 5 mass extinctions, known as the Big... Oh my god, are we doing this? Are you bringing out the freaking Death Stranding shit now? Wild! First extinction, late Ordovician OS boundary. Second extinction, late Davinian FF boundary. Third extinction, late Perminian PT boundary. Fourth extinction, late Triassic TJ boundary. Fifth extinction, late Cretaceous KPG boundary. And now the Earth is entering its sixth extinction phase. The trigger for the Great Extinction was the abnormality. That no children were born.
人間の子供が
The cause is unknown, but human conception stopped apparently. Oh, that would explain why everyone's dying out. Because they can't frickin' give birth or anything. They're just dying out.
それが終焉
Which, yes, means that number is the number of humans left. New life refused this world. It was just the beginning of the end of the world. It was around that time that the world went to war. Whether the lack of children and the wars are related is unknown. Regardless, all the countries started fighting wars for the limited resources. The war accelerated the demise of mankind. The nature was destroyed. Land became desolate. People couldn't live anywhere.
信じられない人間は大丈夫なの
人間大丈夫なわけねえよ外の世界の奴らは死にかけてる滅亡寸前だって話だ
The world descended into chaos and society collapsed. Countries were unable to maintain order. Anarchy soon ensued. War and environmental destruction has taken its toll. Now the Earth is no longer habitable. The few surviving humans are living in underground shelters.
他の国はそんな状態なのにどうして終点峡谷はこんなにも平和なの空気だって綺麗だし街の中に森まであるし
その辺はわかんねえけど噂によるとこの国の空や大地は教祖の神通力によって浄化されてるって話だ
Of course.
いやいやまさか
There's no way I had that power. Wait.
それにしても自然豊かな国だ外とは別世界だなこれもかつて続けられていた生贄のおかげというわけか
He mentioned that earlier. Sacrifices to cleanse the country? That can't be.
教祖が浄化してんのかはともかくとしてもともとこの辺り一帯が汚染地帯だったのは事実らしいぜ
土地を浄化することで平穏を手に入れた終点峡がとなると国の外がどうなってるか気になるな見に行ってみたりとか
レイさん何無茶なこと言ってんだ国外国境をまたいだりしたらその瞬間に警備省に撃ち殺されるぜ
えそんなに危ないの
この国は一方通行なんだ入ることは簡単だが外には絶対に出られねえその辺は監獄と一緒だな
Earth has become a dead planet. Yet somehow Shuten is peaceful. And has a tight border security. There are so many other things I want to ask, but I'll ask the angels later. Thinking about it, we have been so busy we haven't had the time to properly talk. Yeah. Your origins.
そうだもしよかったらクー君の過去について教えてくれないかな
俺の そりゃ構わねえけど、人殺しの過去なんて聞いて楽しい話じゃないぜ。
うんうん、知りたいんだよ。一緒に旅した相棒の話は何だって。
Ku starts to tell me. His father disappeared. His mother died of heart disease. Lived life as a street kid. Spent the days running around the city as a courier. And hit a woman with his motorcycle.
それで監獄に収監されたんだけど、悪いことは続くもんでさ。俺、心臓を病んじまったんだ。
心臓ってお母さんと同じ病気？
ああ、俺の胸にも同じ血管が眠ってたみてえでさ。監獄病院は環境も劣悪だし、さすがにもうダメかと思ったぜ。犯罪者のまま俺は死ぬんだって。全部
今心臓は？
Who didn't seem to be in any pain as far as I could tell at least.
それがさ、奇跡が起こったんだ。治してもらったんだよ、江崎博士って人に。
Ah.
江崎博士、それってもしかしてドクター江崎のこと？
レイさん、江崎博士を知ってんのか？
うん、ここの副所長だった人だよね。
ああ、イオン所長といろいろあって追放されちまったらしいけどな。
Dr. Izaki, former vice director of Yugu. Teko Eon's research partner. Sent to prison for committing the worst crime in Shuten. And apparently died there too.
そっか。監獄でクー君と出会ってたんだ。ねえクー君、ドクター江崎ってどんな人？
江崎博士はなんつうか、すげえ天才だな。それ
もう少し具体的な情報が欲しいかな。
江崎博士のことはやべえとしか表現できねえよ。脳から意識をぶっこ抜いて別の世界に連れて行っちまうんだぜ。
別の世界？え？魔法？
Sounded like some frickin' Somnium shit.
昔の世界では VR とか言われてた技術らしい。
Yeah, so basically just frickin' VR Somnium shit or whatever.
俺も何とも体験したけど、本当に別世界なんだよ。脳科学ってやべえよな。
It's hard to believe, but Dr. Izaki is such a genius that even Teko Eon admits it.
でも江崎博士って一応服役囚なんだよね。監獄内でそんな自由に研究してよかったの？
そこが江崎博士のすげえとこでさ、監視を買収して自由を勝ち取ったんだよ。
買収
Ku's anecdotes about Dr. Izaki are unbelievable. Dr. Izaki, imprisoned, started a business from the inside. The guards were paid off with the proceeds. Tacit approval was given to build a laboratory. There, the doctor pursued brain science and found a way to transfer consciousness to another world. This gave the prisoners freedom of consciousness.
病は気からって本当でさ、江崎博士のとんでもねえ活躍を見てるうちに、俺の心臓はすっかり良くなっちまったんだよ。
もしかしてクー君がこの研究所を労役先に選んだのって？
ああ、見たかったんだよ。江崎博士が竜宮でどんな研究をしていたのかを。
I never thought that they'd make me take care of dinosaurs, though. Who laughed as he said that? Looking back, it was a real miracle. Whose heart was healed by meeting Dr. Izaki at the prison. Who chooses to work at Ryugu? And he meets me, and now we're fighting the heretics. I learned a lot of things from talking to Ku. The devastated outside world, peculiarities of the Shuten order, what the founder was like. I can do a lot more now that I have the basic information. I finally feel properly grounded in reality. But all this new information makes me a bit confused at times. I, the resurrected founder, now that I have the knowledge, what do I do?
知恵熱が出てきそうだよ。何から何まで不可解で、何から考えていいかわからない。
姉さんでも迷うことがあるんだな。意外だぜ。
I don't know, I got that down pretty well.
私なんて迷ってばっかりだよ。むしろ迷ってないことなんて1秒だってないくらい。
俺は逆に今日一日で迷いが消えたぜ。やるべきことが見つかったっつうか。
やるべきこと？
ああ、俺ずっと悩んでたんだよ。どうすりゃ自分の罪を償えるのかわかんなくてさ。俺の罪は重い。許されることじゃねえ。それでも許されたいなら相当ないいことをしなくちゃなんねえ。でもそれが何なのかわからなかったんだ。
私？
レイさんはすげえ。まさに正義の味方だぜ。だから姉さんのやることに協力すれば俺も正義の味方の一員ってことになるだろ。それが俺の償いのやり方だ。
いや、私は正義の味方だなんてそんな大層なものじゃ。
償って罪を全部償うことができたら路上の家族のところに帰りてえな。
Family on the streets. I'm sure he means other street kids.
クー君の家族は今どこに？
いや、それがわかんねえんだ。ストリートに決まった根城とかはねえからな。どこにいんのか探し出すのも一苦労だぜ。
そっか。ねえ、もしも家族を探しに行くならその時は私も連れて行ってくれない？
レイさん、俺の家族に会ってくれんのか？
うん、私も会ってみたいから。会って伝えたいんだよ。クー君がどんなに頑張っていたか、私がクー君にどれだけ救われたか。
姉さんが来てくれんなら心強いな。あいつらきっと喜ぶぜ。
うん、じゃあ約束ね。家族に会いに行くときは一緒に。
ああ、約束だ。
指切り玄満。
Q and I cross our pinky fingers together.
嘘ついたら針千本のます。
Oh my god. We sing like children and make our promise.
指切った。
And with that, I finally felt like I found meaning in life. Find your own meaning. When a rocket is launched, it gradually sheds its unnecessary parts. It lightens itself to gain more thrust. By the time it reaches space, only a few parts remain. If you don't discard what's not needed, you'll never reach your destination. This is a universal truth in any field, whether in politics or in military. It was a tail end of the war.
特攻なぜでありますか。
なぜって敵陣営の兵器庫を叩くためだよ。あれを破壊すればもう敵は反撃する術を失う。せっかく場所が割れたんだ。この好機を逃すわけにはいかないだろう。
そうではありません。なぜ我々が死ななければならないかと聞いているのです。
不満か、この扱い。
大いに不満です。我々は軍の設立当初より教祖様にお仕えしている精鋭部隊。こんなところで犬死にしていいわけがありません。
だからこそだよ。精鋭部隊だからこそ今ここで死んでくれた方がありがたい。
Of course.
何をわけのわからぬことを。
僕ら終天教はこの戦いが終わったら国を作る。争いのない平和な。だから君ら猟犬は邪魔なんだ。猟犬は狩りに行けなくなるとストレスをこじらせて飼い主に牙を剥くからね。
Yay!
我々を犬呼ばわりするおつもりか。
ああ、猟犬は狩りが済んだら用済みだ。
During intense wartime, the military's priority is extremely high, but the war was already reaching its final stages. Priorities must be lowered.
イオン参謀長、我々はあなたの命令を断固拒否させていただく。教祖様に直訴申し上げるつもりです。
そうか、そんなに特攻に行きたくないか。
犬死には断固拒否。
なら仕方ない。特攻には代わりに君らの家族に行ってもらうとしよう。
That's where you get him! Once the family is involved, now you actually will do it. Manipulation. Through threats.
君らの子息や妻は快く了承してくれたよ。君らが行かないのなら自分が見事死んでみせるって。
息子をどうするつもりだ。
妹に何を。即刻解放せよ。
妻を返してください。特攻に行きますから。見事死んでみせます。ですからどうか子供を解放してください。
The elite soldiers scream in despair and agree to the mission one after another. When someone won't do as you wish, taking their loved ones hostage is most effective. Because that's how it works. Once someone you care about is involved, the entire situation changes. It's cruel.
ここまでの下郎とはいずれ報いが下る時が必ず。
ご託はいいからさっさと決めろ。君に残された道は2つに1つだ。家族を身代わりにした卑劣漢として生き残るか、それともここで見事死んで英霊となるか。さあ選べ。
Just like that, the brave sacrifices of the soldiers ensured the enemy's arsenals were completely destroyed. The enemy lost almost all means to counterattack, securing our victory. By the end of the war, having eliminated most military threats, Shuten became a peaceful nation boasting tranquility for a long period. If I hadn't made those sacrifices, our success would have been impossible. Showing no mercy and prioritizing correctly. Cutting away the unnecessary. The ends justify the means! Hey, Teko? The only solid way to secure a path to the future.
予想以上にひどいな。
Finding an attack camera, I display a feed from Area 6 onto the on monitor. A hellish scene unfolds.
どうしてこんなスプリンクラーが稼働してないなりか。
一応消火剤を撒いてはいるが、散布の量も速度も不足しているよ。こんなんじゃ焼け石に水だ。
All's fair in love and war. The ends justify the means, as we do.
じゃあどうすれば。
どうしようもない。この火をすぐに消火することは不可能だよ。
そんな、もうすぐしもべレイたちが異教徒に追いつくところだったのに。
This is unexpected for me too. To think we'd be stopped here.
炎を完全に消火するのにかかる時間はおそらく24時間ってところだろうね。
24 hours, Area 6 is impassable. The heretics will easily reach Area 9 by then. As long as the fire burns, pursuit is impossible. However, waiting for it to burn out is not an option. The only method left is...
仕方ない。二人を切り捨てるか。
てこ、今
火事を消せないのなら方法は一つだ。もう少し火勢が弱まったタイミングでしもべレイたちをエリア6に突入させる。
それ、二人がやけどしてしまわないなりか。
I mean, to be fair, that picture didn't really, like, give the idea that it was that bad. But, you know... I would assume smoke would probably be the bigger issue.
もちろん二人は火だるまになるが、あらかじめ体に防火処理を施しておけば、エリア7まではたどり着けるかもしれない。
What about the T-Rex? That thing's gonna burn out. Unless you find like a weird way to cover it in fire retardant gear.
でも、二人が死んだら意味が。
いや、いいんだよ。あいつらは死んでも。 レックスがエリア7に到着さえすればね。
The heretics are currently stuck in Area 7. We could plunge Rex into the mix.
あとは制御不能となったレックスが暴れ狂って異教徒を全滅させてくれるだろうさ。
Oh boy. The ends justify the means. As long as we can kill the heretics.
そんな作戦許されると思ってるなり。
思ってないよ。この作戦はあらゆる倫理道徳に反してる。まさにだ
ったら。
でもこれは優先順位の問題なんだ。
If the state can be stayed by sacrificing Ray's life, it's a small price to pay. A minimal sacrifice to save the nation.
それに僕はもともとしもべレイを最終的には始末するつもりだったしね。
どうして？
あられは気づいていなかったかもしれないが、しもべレイは禁忌の力を使っている。そんな奴と組んでいたことがバレたら、僕まで警備省の連中に追われかねない。
I can save the Shuten in order and erase any trace of these forbidden powers. Now that's what I call 2 birds with 1 stone. Indeed, it goes against morality. However...
あられ、君なら分かってくれるだろう。
Arale remains silent. Despite everything, he understands. He knows the meaning behind my decisions. If Arale understands, if at least he can forgive me, then nothing else matters. Indeed. I turn on the mic and start talking to Ray.
しもべれ、聞こえるか？今後の作戦について話が。
I asked Ray to carry out the plan for me. To cut through the flames of Area 6 with Rex.
もちろん火傷のリスクは非常に高い。だが、防火剤をあらかじめ体に塗っておけば、後遺症が残るほどの火傷を負う可能性は低い。言ってくれるね。
He doesn't seem to want to make the decision. If he's like this, then...
もしも君がこの作戦を決行してくれるなら、大月空の特別恩赦を警備省に請求しよう。
There's your signature manipulation.
恩赦？無罪放免ってことですか？
ああ、大月空のひき逃げの罪は記録上抹消される。家族のもとに帰れる。
わかりました。エリア6に突入します。
Alright. Starting up a sense of justice sure works wonders to move around fools.
ありがとう。オンに切るよ。では、今から小型エレベーターで防火ジェルを送るから、大月空と一緒に取りに。
騙されちゃダメだり、しもべれ。
I knew it. I knew Arale was gonna do something. Arale understands, but only so far when it really means something.
テコはお前らを利用するつもりだり。エリア6に突っ込んだら大やけどで死ぬなりよ。
テコさん、これはどういうことで。
I quickly cut the mic, but it's too late. Ray doubts me.
やってくれたな、あられ。自分が何をしたか分かっているのか。君は情にほだされ、国を滅亡の危機に陥れたんだぞ。
違うなり。ワッチは合理的な判断をしたまでなりよ。
合理的だって。これのどこが。
テコだって分かっているはずなりよ。しもべレイの命を犠牲にしなくても、ワッチが地下に行けば火事はどうにかできるって。
Well, if Arale uses his power underground, he would indeed like to be able to deal with the fire, but...
けどあられ、いけないんだよ。地下には誰も。エレベーターはまだ
ワッチは地下に行けるなり。今気づいたけど、それワッチなら乗れるんじゃないなりか。その小型エレベーター、防火ジェルの箱を詰め込むくらいのスペースがあるならワッチもきっと乗れるなり。触手を全部引っ込めれば。
Indeed, Arale might be able to go underground, but...
許可できない。あまりにリスクが大きすぎる。
大月空はワッチの部下のロボットを助けてくれたなり。
That was the correct decision!
だからどうした？
しもべレイはワッチをチームの一員だって、そう言ってくれたなり。
Without those moments, Arale would not have helped.
だからどうしたと言っているんだ。
ワッチはこの戦いが始まってからずっと歯がゆかったなり。みんなが一生懸命戦ってるのに、ワッチだけは蚊帳の外。でもやっとできることが見つかったなり。
Arale is all but determined to go, but I just can't let him.
君は僕のサポートロボだぞ。僕をそばで支えるのが君の仕事だ。
違うのにデコ、ワッチが地下に向かうのはデコを守りたいからなりよ。
僕を守る？
ワッチはデコに手を汚してほしくないだり。
There's the love, indeed.
デコがもうこれ以上残酷なことをしなくても済むように。ワッチは地下に行くだり。
待て、あられ。
Arale took me by surprise and jumped into the small elevator.
こら、よせあられ。
I reach out desperately, but it was too late. Arale has made his decision. The elevator with Arale descends deep underground. The lab falls silent.
本当に行ったのか。
Arale went underground. I'm left alone in the lab. My closest confidant, he abandoned me?
君が殺したんだ。
Oh, guilt! I turned, thinking I heard a voice. But the founder's head remains as silent as ever. The guilt! I don't think you get Arale helping if Ku doesn't help Arale's robots. That's what I mean though, is that like I think that makes sense. Like it requires all of Arale's motivation to like actually do it. When people do things for Arale, it works. That's why I felt like there was no reason for me not to help. Voices echo from all around. I hear the voices clearly, but see no one when I turn. The guilt! This plays a bigger part in the second run of this game mode during the finale, where you have choices that aren't close or bad end, but do cut you off much later on. And now the big freaking migraine. My mind is haunted by ghosts. Those whom I have disgraced, whispering their grudges without end. Their voices become pain, tormenting me. Ah, the voices are especially loud today. If only Arale were here. Yeah. With Arale, I wouldn't have these migraines. With Arale here, I wouldn't hear these voices. Arale would forgive me.
あられを早く取り戻さないと。
To get Arale back, The only ones who can protect Arale underground are Ray and Ku. I shout into my mic.
あられがそちらに到着する。頼む。あられを保護して僕の研究室に送り返してくれ。
危なかった。もう少しでイオンテコの口車に乗せられるところだったよ。
I shudder to think about what would have happened if we just ran into Area 6.
天才って怖いね。私たちのことなんてコマくらいにしか思ってないんじゃないのかな。
一度信用させといて、いざって時に使い潰す。それがイオン所長のやり口なんだろうな。俺の時もそうだったんだ。イオン所長が最初仲間の救助を熱心に手伝ってくれたよ。だけど最後には俺たちをレックスの餌にしやがった。
I'm sure that's how I died, a pawn for Techo Eon. I must have been deceived. My body dismembered.
でもこれからどうしよう。イオンテコのオペレーションなしで異教徒に追いつくなんて。
レイさん、こうなったらもうこの騒動をやり過ごすしかないんじゃねえか。
やり過ごすって追跡を諦めるってこと？
仲間の敵は打ちてえけどよ、実際問題俺たち二人で異教徒と戦うなんて無理筋だぜ。レイさんまで死んじまったら俺。
Ku has a good point. If I could run away, I would. But
クー君、実はまだ君に言ってなかったことがあるんだ。
I will tell it to him.
もしも異教徒が竜宮の最深部に到達したら、この国
滅ぶ？おいおい、そりゃマジな情報なのかよ。
多分本当だと思う。だからこそイオンテコもあんなに焦ってるんじゃないかな。
どの道逃げ場はねえってことか。
Yes, we have to proceed. The problem is, how do we do it? We don't want to die in the fire. But to catch the heretics, we can't avoid the big fire in Area 6. How can I proceed? How can I avoid dying in the fire? How can I... And then...
あられがそちらに到着する。頼む。あられを保護して僕の研究室に送り返してくれ。
I could hear Techo Elon's voice through the headset.
あられちゃんがここに？でも地下には誰も来られないんじゃ。
あいつ小型エレベーターに乗り込んだんだ。君たちの助けになりたいって。
Arale on his own volition came here. That's a big deal if true. But... is this a trap? Are they trying to manipulate us again? Am I gonna die?
しもべレイ、大月くん、お願いだ。あられを助けに行ってくれ。一刻も早く。
Desperation.
てめえの言う通りに動いてろくな目にあった試しがねえよ。うせやがれこのクソベテン師が。
I don't blame Ku. We've been fooled by him too many times.
僕は教祖の死に深く関与している。
I couldn't believe my ears. that Teko Eon suddenly admitted his involvement.
教祖の死？こいつ急に何って。
テコさん、どうしてそれをこのタイミングで？
報酬の先払いだよ。もしもあられを助けてくれたら、君はさらに多くの情報を手に入れることになるだろう。
How could he so easily let slip information that could doom him? Arale must be incredibly important.
あられちゃんの方が大切ってことですか？
僕の優先順位の第1位は常にあられだ。
What a transformation. He is always so cold and arrogant, yet is willing to give up everything for Arale.
わかりました。あられちゃんが到着する場所を教えてください。迎えに行きます。
This is probably gonna lead to a bad end. Decided to trust Teko Eon one more time.
おいレイさん。あられは性壁に埋め込まれているエレベーターに到着する。職員の大月空なら場所がわかると思う。
というわけなんだけど、クー君、案内ってお願いできる？
たく、レイさんはつくづくお人よしだぜ。まあ
ごめんね、苦労ばっかりかけて。
I get back on Rex with Ku, who looks exasperated, and head off to save Arale.
テコさん、今さらなんですが、あられちゃんは何のためにわざわざ地下に？
言ったろ、君たちを助けるためだ。
いやでもこう言っちゃなんですが、あられちゃんが地下に来たってできることは何も。
確かにあいつはポンコツだけど、ある一芸を持っているんだ。エリア6の火事もあられなら止められる。
あの子にそんな力が？
あいつは一応僕の側近だぞ。無能なはずがないだろう。開発費用だって口外できないくらいの額を費やしたんだ。
Surprisingly, Arale seems to be a high-performance robot with a huge development budget.
でもテコさんはあられちゃんが高価なロボだからそばに置いてるわけではないですよね。
He wouldn't be this distraught over just an expensive robot.
よかったら教えてくれませんか？テコさんとあられちゃんの馴れ初めについて。テコさん？
君にだって聞かれたくない話の一つや二つくらいあるだろう。僕は君の素性を詮索しない。だから君も詮索しないでくれないか。
Teko Eon has a point. It's selfish to try to dig into someone's past while keeping all of your own secrets. Well, in that case...
テコさん、実は私、記憶がほとんどないんです。
I suddenly blurted this out.
記憶がない？
はい。目覚めた時には何一つわからず、探さなきゃって犯人を。
I told him the truth, leaving out some bits.
おかしな話ですよね。自分のこともわからないまま殺人犯を探そうなんて。
急に何を言い出すんだ？
ちなみについ先日本部会議に潜入したのも私です。
Quite the thing to say right now.
その説はあられちゃんにもご迷惑をおかけしました。
あられに迷惑？まさかあの時あられを。
はい。だから私、あられちゃんには借りがあるんです。
なぜそれを僕に話した？ 本部の潜入なんて即習慣レベルの滞在だぞ。
フェアじゃない気がしたんです。自分のことを隠したまま人の心を探ろうなんて。
Maybe I shouldn't have told him, but I felt that I wouldn't be able to earn his trust otherwise. Then,
あられは僕にとって
Echo Eon talked about how he and Arale got close. A few years ago, Ryuga was in a severe dysfunction. After Vice Director Dr. Izaki was arrested and sent to prison, we were severely understaffed. As the director, I was overwhelmed with recovery efforts. My life was falling apart. With almost no sleep, research made no progress despite my efforts. The void left by Dr. Izaki was enormous. My chronic migraines worsened, my condition deteriorating both physically and mentally. My research and life were on the verge of collapse. And how I wished it just collapsed already.
江崎の穴を埋める研究パートナーが欲しい。
But wishing was futile. A genius who could support me wouldn't be so easy to find. It would be pointless to search the world. I had to endure alone. Then I had a sudden realization. Ugh, sneezy. Ugh. I could just create one myself. If I can't find suitable personnel, I can just make a new one. Someone who could support me both personally and professionally. A robot with the latest and greatest AI. With this new idea in mind, I began designing my support robot. If I'm going to the trouble, I might as well make the best I can. Smart, attentive, strong, and beautiful. To create such an ideal partner, I used all my research achievements and savings. But what I ended up with was a complete and utter failure. I had hoped for some help in my research, but Arale couldn't even get simple calculations right, let alone grasp complex theories. When tasked with serving, his frequent mistakes caused extensive damage to my expensive equipment. I couldn't even trust him with secretarial duties. His nervous and aggressive nature made him unsuitable for negotiations. I couldn't believe it. That I, a genius, had made such a defective robot. I grew increasingly stressed by Arale's incompetence, and finally decided. My policy is to discard the unnecessary, promptly. Even if it's something I developed myself. With Arale gone, the lab regained its peace. Though I was back to square one, my work went by smoothly without that idiot around. And yet... it's faster to do everything myself, so I just need to do everything. I knew as much, but then why? Why did I make that robot? To make up for lost time caused by Arale, I immersed myself in work without rest. And one night, just a few days later, I went for a walk. The cool night air was refreshing. It cooled my brain, overheated from overuse. I rarely went out without bodyguards, but that night, I was too tired to care.
ま、今夜くらいは大丈夫だろう。
I walked carelessly through the night. As I wandered, Arale's face kept coming to mind. It was puzzling. Why was I thinking about that failure when I was in a good mood? The more I walked, the clearer Arale's image became. Thinking about back to that meme about how much love each of the minister gets in fandom, I think this complexity of Teko's character is where his love comes from. Yes. Yes. He is clearly very emotionally stunted, but Arale brings out the love. But right then, suddenly I was grabbed from behind. Pulled into an unfamiliar van. I recognize them by their words and uniforms. I see. These are... Yes. The comrades of those I ordered to die at the end of the war. These guys have been waiting for an opportunity to avenge our superior's death. For a chance when I was defenseless. But the Shuten order forbids killing and violence. Surely even these guys wouldn't break the doctrine.
もしかして俺たちがそこまではやらないだろうって高競技に反するからってでも残念でした俺たちは競技を破ることなんざもう怖くねえんだとっくに
なんで
しまったからな
Ah, heretics. Could it be they became a heretics just to get revenge on me?
ビビってやがる嫌われ者の末路は悲惨なものだなイオンテコが死んだと分かれば国中が大喜びするだろうよこいつに恨みを持つ者は大勢いる
I struggled desperately. I can't die in a place like this. I'm not afraid of death. I mean, I was gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, like, way earlier in this playthrough. But after everything they've done, I think they're worse. It's natural for physical things to break eventually. but dying before achieving my goals is unacceptable. I have to complete my research before I die. I must fulfill my purpose. Promise. But right then...
お前らテコに触るなだり。
familiar voice echoed inside the van. In the next moment, Arale's face appeared on the front windshield.
なんだってね。ハッキングか。この車ネットに繋がってないはずだぞ。
テコがどんな気持ちでお前らの上官に死を命じたかわからないなりか。みんなのために悪者を演じるテコの気持ちがお前らにはわからないなりか。それなのに異教徒にまでなって。
何わけわかんねえこと言ってんだ。とっとと失せろ、クソロボットが。おい、ハンドルが効かねえぞ。おい、やべえぞ。どんどん市街地の方に突っ込んで。
Oops. After Arale hacked the car, it rammed straight into a Ministry of Security blockade. The culprits were apprehended immediately. Yeah. I was rescued by the officers and taken out of the car, but I was as confused as the culprits. What in the world just happened? How did Arale, who I sent out days ago, notice my abduction so quickly? Probably because he was following after you. How did he hack into a disconnected car? How did he? But as soon as I saw the culprit's car, my questions melted away. Arale was clinging into the side of the van.
あれどうしてここに。僕は君を追い出したのに。
あれ式でワッチを追い払えると思ったら大間違いなりよ。こんなこともあろうかと研究所の周りをパトロールしてたなり。
Even after getting kicked out, he was camping out near the lab, letting him notice my abduction quickly. So he jumped and clung to the culprit's car to take control? Yes. He directly inserted a part of himself into the machine for control, an incredible skill. Even as its developer, I didn't foresee him mastering this technique so perfectly. But...
いつの間に覚えたんだ。コードハックなんて高等技術を。
よくわかんないけど、なんかノリでいけたなり。
It's just a part of him. My confusion deepened further. How could a robot do something like that with the flow? But be so clumsy all the time? Why can't Arale utilize his true potential in daily life? Why are his abilities restricted? Why is he so clumsy? Why? Kept thinking about the reasons.
So then, 答えは出たんですか？
なあ、まだ仮説段階ではあるけど、一応ね。
I tell Ray over the radio. I tell him all about Arale. All about why Arale is such a bucket of bolts.
おそらくあられは無意識のうちに僕の理想を演じている。
He's a dipshit because you need a dipshit.
テコさんの理想？
ああ、
僕は有能なサポートロボが欲しくてあられを作り上げたけど、僕が本当に求めていたものはそうじゃなかったんだ。
A good-natured partner who makes no schemes. An encouraging figure with a bright disposition. Someone to share raw emotions with. In other words, I
友達が欲しかったんだ。
need that ring. Back then I was completely burned out. Living as a cold-hearted, hated figure in loneliness. The high-performance AI installed in Raleigh accurately perceived my wish. It made Raleigh's personality something of a friendly fool. It was all to fulfill my wish.
でもあられは本当は頭がいいんだ。だから分かってくれるんだ、僕のしていることの意味を。あられは僕が怖くないのか。
怖い。どうしてワッチがテコを怖がるなり？
みんな言っているだろう。僕のことを冷血宰相とか、血も涙もないコストカッターとか。
誰がなんて言ったって一番かっちょいいヒーローなり。
僕がヒーロー？君。
そんなの関係ないなり。ちょっとだってワッチはテコの友達だから。
I couldn't help but hug Raleigh tightly. As long as Raleigh is by my side. As long as Raleigh understands. It's...
誰に何を言われようと平気だ。
At that moment, I wasn't alone anymore. The voices of the ghosts that had been haunting my mind all along vanished.
「僕はあられに依存して弱くなってしまったんだろうな。あられがそばを離れた途端、今まで殺した奴らが僕を、今も耳元で恨み事をささやき続けているよ。
That was unexpected. Even ruthless Tekko Eon had such emotions.
テコさんって意外と繊細なんですね。
僕が心のない怪物だとでも思ったか。あいにくだが、
I
僕に
mean,
はちゃんと感情が。
it's hard not to think that when you only see it from one view.
両親だって持ち合わせているよ。
でもそれ逆に辛くないですか？両親の呵責とか。
辛いに決まっているだろう。部下や戦友を死地に追い込む。自分の邪悪さに吐き気がする。でもそれを決断するのが僕の仕事だ。僕だ。
そんなに辛くて仕方ないなら決断役を別の誰かに任せたり。
僕がやらなきゃ誰がやるんだ。
One must suffer for the many. Tekko Eon's shout pierced my ears.
終点卿は常に人材不足だ。幹部だってバカと自己中ばかりだよ。あいつらに国の舵取りなんて任せられない。僕がやるしかない。僕が。
I can't imagine the burden Tekko Eon is carrying. I have no memory of carrying my country on my shoulders. But there is one thing I do know. This boy wants forgiveness. wants forgiveness for his sins. I can feel this from him. But who does he want it from? Who could forgive him? The only one who can forgive him is...
君を許すよ、テコ。誰よりも遠くを見据え、誰よりも対局を眺め、目先の評価にとらわれることなく、みんなのために泥をかぶる、そんな君を憎めるはずがないじゃないか。
I found myself in a prayer pose.
どんなことをされたって、私は君を許すよ。決して憎むことはない。ありえない。
It was as if someone else was using my mouth to talk.
私はいつも願ってる。テコの心に安らぎが訪れますようにって。心から。
I speak with my heart and soul.
そう、あるかし。
These must be the words of the founder within me. Even if Teko Eon was the one who killed me, I won't hold a grudge. The founder forgave Teko Eon from the beginning. I hear Teko Eon gasp through the headset.
なんだよそれ。教祖の口調を真似ているつもりか。
It's a bit more than that.
はい、モノマネです。似てましたか？
似ているなんてものじゃない。今のはまるで教祖そのもの。
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why, Teko. And then... Bugs!
あっち行け、あっち行けだり。おあっちは美味しくなってないだりよ。
There is Arale running away from the giant insects. I order Rex to drive the bugs away.
あられちゃん、もう大丈夫だよ。怖かった。
しもべれ。わっちはそんな虫けらくらい全然平気だったけど、一応。
何強がってんだてめえ。ピーピーわめいてたじゃねえか。レイさんに土下座しろ土下座。
あられちゃんの保護完了しました。
I immediately report back to Teko Eon and I hear a sigh of relief.
恩に切れよ、しもべれ。早速そのバカをエレベーターに突っ込んで僕のところに送り返してくれ。と言いたいところだが。あられ。
はいなり。
無茶をするな、このバカ。もう少しで死ぬところだったんだぞ。
心配かけてごめんなりテコ。でもワッチはどうしても地下で戦いたくて。
君が地下に行ったことに関しては今さらとやかく言うつもりはないよ。僕のために何かしたくて必死だ。だがたとえ僕のためとはいえ、一度自分で決めたからには国の命運を背負う覚悟が君にあるのか。
もちろんなり。ワッチはそれをしたくて地下にやってきたなりよ。
辛いぞ。重圧に耐えられるのか。
辛いなんて今さらなり。見ているだけで何もできないことの方がワッチには辛いなり。
Raleigh stares at the sky with a serious expression. He's showing his resolve to Teko Eon. A short silence follows. I hear an exasperated sigh through the headset.
まあ、覚悟があるなら戻ってこいとは言わないよ。
テコ。
だが覚悟は行動で示さなければ意味ないぞ。エリア6の火事を止めてみせろ。
course.
ここが制御ルーム。
Ronley asks us to go to a small room in a passageway connecting areas 5 and 6. We see a huge computer here.
この部屋のコンピューターはエリア5と6の各種設備を司っているなり、消火設備もこいつらがコントロールしているなりよ。
そうなんだ。でもここに来てどうするの？
どうするって
Oh!
あられちゃん。
これがワッチの必殺技コードハックだり。
つまりハッキング。
ワッチのコードハックを単なるハックと一緒にされちゃワッチはコードを刺した相手のポテンシャルを最大限まで引き上げてフルパワーを引き出すなりよ。
消火設備のパワーを最大限引き上げてエリア6の火事を消し止めるってことか。
コメートだり。
とんだチート技じゃねえか。イオンテコの発明品ってとんでもねえもんばっかだな。
でもシステムの掌握までは少し時間がかかるなり。ワッチがやっておくからお前たちは眠っててもいいなりよ。
バカ言うな。チームの仲間が戦ってんのに俺たちだ。
チームの仲間？
Teammate.
お前もワッチをチームの一員として認めてく。
同じところで背中預け合ってんだからもう仲間だろ俺たち。なんだよ不満か？
でもワッチはまだ来たばっかりなのに。
ここまで来た。大事なのはそれだろ。ありがとうなあられ。お前が地下に来なかったら俺たち。
お礼を言うのはワッチの方だり。ワッチが地下に来れたのはお前のおかげでもあるなりよ。
俺の？
ワッチの部下を助けてくれたお前の姿がかっこよかったからワッチも地下に行こうって決断することができたなり。
Of course.
情けは人のためならずってやつか。恩返しで火事を止めてもらえるなんて儲けもんだぜ。
火事だけじゃないなりよ。ワッチがいれば異教徒の追跡なんてちょろいなり。あいつら一網打尽にしてやるなりよ。
ちっこいくせに頼もしいじゃねえか。その調子で頼むぜあられ。
ワッチにお任せなり。
A little bit, get a little bit warm. Warm. Ku was broken when I met him, but now he smiles so kindly.
しもべれ、ちょっといいか。
Then I hear Teko Eon's voice through the headset.
君に聞きたいことがあるんだ。他の者に会話が聞こえないよう、部屋の。はい。
I moved to the corner as instructed.
聞きたいことって？
君が動物を操るときに使っているのは神の力だな。
My heart sinks. He knows about me and the power of God. How can I get out of this? Angels told me no one must know about this.
神
の力を使ったって知られたら話をするどころかたちまち拘束されて異教徒として処分されちゃうわよ。
I have to do something or else.
不問に処す。
That's what I figured.
今なんて？
見て見ぬふりをしてやると言っているんだ。あられを保護してもらったせめてもの礼だよ。
いいんですか？神の力ってかなり重い禁忌のはずじゃ。
いいんだよ。僕はもともと敬虔なタイプじゃない。それに今さら君の禁忌一つを摘発したところで意味はない。
You're not devout. This is just part of the freaking thing.
すでに終点教はあちこちがめちゃくちゃなようだしね。
あちこち？もしかしてここ以外の場所でもテロが？
Yes.
ああ、警備省の幹部から救援要請が届いていたよ。警備省が全滅したから応援求むってさ。もう
警備省が全滅って、それ大丈夫なんですか？
変化の時期というものは大抵こんなものだが、ここまで続くのは度が過ぎている嫌いもある。背後で何者かが暗躍している可能性も感じ始めているところなんだが。
何者かが暗躍？
とはいえ今はそこまで考えている余裕はない。一刻も早く奴らを止めなければこの国が滅びるんだからな。それにこれ以上竜宮を荒らされるわけにもいかない。今まで培ってきた重要な研究データを失うわけにはいかないんだ。
それほど大事な研究なんですか？
Of course it is.
しもべれ、君はどうして僕が動物の進化を研究してるか。
確か竜宮の最深部にある宝を守るために強い門番が必要で。
竜宮の動物は終点峡谷における最強の門番と定義されています。
セキュリティか。まあそれもあるけど、それだけじゃない。僕が動物たちを進化させるのは進化の行き着く果てにある新世界。
新世界？
動物たちを進化させればさせるほど近づいてくるんだよ、新世界が。
テコさんの目指す新世界って一体どんな？
ネタバラシをしたら面白くない。
Spoilers ruin the fun if you make it out alive.
君の目で確かめてみる。
生き残れればいいんですけど。
Spoilers.
なんだ、随分弱気だな。君には最強のオペレーターがついているの。
いや、その最強のオペレーターに何度か殺されそうになってるんですけどね、私たち。
大丈夫、もうその心配はない。あられに失望されたくはないからね。
もう本当にあられちゃんが大切なんですね。
ああ、唯一無二の友達だからね。だから
あられちゃんは任せてください。必ず無事にテコさんの研究室に送り届けますから。だからテコさんは信じて見届けてあげてください、友達の勇姿を。
I suddenly find myself smiling. I feel the founder in me rejoicing.
テコと話せて嬉しいな。
It's like talking to an old friend. There's no doubt that now they were best friends. The founder and Tekko Eon. They used to believe in each other, but eventually parted ways. One of them met a tragic end. Why were they separated? Why did Tekko Eon have to kill the founder? When this is all over, I wonder if he'll tell me. And then...
消火設備の強化完了なり。
I heard Arale's excited voice. Wi-Fi.
続けてルータモード発動。ワッチの体をクオンタムルータと解釈。地下とテコの研究室の通信を接続。テコ、細かい制御は任せるなりよ。
よし、いいぞ。
A desert storm of a downpour rains down on the burning field of Area 6. The smoke exhaust system is ventilating out the smoke with great force. If we continue like this for a few more hours, Area 6 will be fully operational.
よくやった、あられ。
Thanks to Arale acting as a router, I'm able to get into some of the underground equipment. I tweak the settings of the smoke exhaust system and sprinklers to extinguish the flames as quickly as possible. I concentrate the water and extinguish the agents on the most intense parts of the fire. I adjust the exhaust system to control the airflow in Area 6, combining the smoke paths to prevent the fire from spreading. After several hours of work, finally the fire is under control. In just a few more hours, the fire in Area 6 will be completely extinguished.
しもべ、聞こえるか？火事は朝には鎮火する。今のうちに休息を。
They're already sleeping, man.
もっと高級ウェイロ。
Arale would be a sleep talker. Even before I could tell them the rest, all three were fast asleep, lying in the grass of Area 5 with stupid grins on their faces.
僕が働いてるのに、こいつら。
Well, I suppose that must have been exhausted. Spent all day running around the vast research facility. Still, I wonder.
何なんだよ、お前は。
Rei Shimobe. His mystery only deepens. He seems suspicious, yet when you talk to him, he appears genuinely good-natured. And yet he wields forbidden powers freely, controlling the animals.
しもべレイをここに送り込んだのは君なのか？
Founder says nothing. Or she says nothing. She's already dead. At least, she's supposed to be dead.
そうあれかし。
As soon as Rei Shimobe gave me those words of confirmation, the voices of the ghosts tormenting me completely ceased. It feels like everything has been forgiven. Everything. Perhaps because the tension was broken, I was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong drowsiness. I lay down on a chair and closed my eyes. I decided to take a nap while waiting for the fire to go out. Exhausted, I quickly fell asleep. Had a strangely vivid dream. In my dream, the founder was standing in a cemetery in the wilderness. Countless gravestones peeked out of the barren earth.
ずいぶん死んでしまったね。
The founder murmurs quietly.
仲間が死んで、森が死んで、動物が死んで、増えていくのはお墓だけだよ。寂しいな。
The environment morphs into Earth, a planet of death. factions fight over the few remaining habitable areas. With our great handicap of a non-killing doctrine, our comrades fall, one by one. The founder seems deeply pained by the situation.
ねえテコ、どうして生き物は死ぬのかな？
The founder asked me quite an abstract question out of the blue.
決まってるだろ。弱いから死ぬんだよ。
I give it an equally abstract answer. She understands that we fight under overwhelmingly disadvantageous conditions, and doing so results in many sacrifices. But the founder is not so concerned about that. She seeks an answer to the much larger planet-sized question of death. And so...
生存競争に打ち勝ち、環境変化に適応するだけの強さがあれば、生物はそう簡単には死なない。
じゃあ強くなったら生き物は絶滅せずに済む？
ま、理論上はそうなるね。
But that is purely theoretical. No matter how strong a species becomes, it likely can't live on Earth the way it is now. I had already given up on Earth. There was no way it would ever regain its vitality. But the founder had not given up.
そっか、強さか。なるほどね。
The founder claps her hands together.
じゃあさ、テコが生き物を強くしてよ。
は？
どんな過酷な環境でも生き抜けるくらい強い命をテコが作り上げれば、地球はまた元気になる。ナイスアイディア。
どこがナイスアイディアだ。無茶ぶりも大概にしろ。そんなことは不可能だ。
不可能の中でこそ輝くのが真の天才だって前にテコが自分で言ってたじゃない。
いくらなんでも限度がある。大規模な研究には莫大な設備投資が必要で。
その辺は大丈夫。私はもうすぐ国を作るつもりだし、国家予算をテコの研究につぎ込んであげるよ。
What nonsense. I was too stunned to speak, but I couldn't dismiss it outright. The founder is a woman who always follows through on what she says. Once she declares she's making a country, she will surely create one. And I will secure a vast research budget. That was practically certain.
生命を強くする。
Or I realized that I was seriously considering ways to pull it off. What kind of strength is needed to survive on a dead planet like Earth? Strong muscles, overwhelming physical stamina, high intelligence. Cooperation is also necessary. To induce such changes, I need to induce artificial evolution. I can accelerate the speed of evolution with science, then adjust its directionality.
楽しみだな。テコが強くした生き物がもうすぐここを駆け回るんだよ。
The founder walks through the wilderness with a spring in her step.
熊にライオン、それにウサギさんも捨てがたい。あの白い毛並みに頬ずりするのが夢なんだ。
Well, I guess that technically happened, huh? Founder.
私は戦闘タイプだから余計に憧れてしまうのかも。血の通った生き物の温かさに。ああ、なんて素敵な世界だろう。
The founder has a vision of the future in her mind, imagining playing with animals that didn't even exist yet. She was full of joy, like an innocent girl.
寂しい終わりはごめんだよ。私は動物たちと一緒にハッピーな終焉を見たいんだ。だからお願い、テコ。地球をまた幸せな星にして。
With that look on her face, it was impossible to refuse. I sighed in resignation.
仕方ない。
同タイプのよしみだ。君の願いを叶えてやるよ。
ありがとうテコ。我らに終天教のご加護あり。
From that day on, my days of struggle began. To reach such distant dreams, one must purge the less important bits. I cut away everything to fulfill the Founder's dream. Ethics. Morality. Research partners. And finally, even the Founder herself. I had to discard the Founder to fulfill her dream. I realized I was putting the cart before the horse, but I couldn't stop. But thanks to that, my research is almost complete. The strongest of creatures that break through extinction periods. The completion of the ultimate life form is near. Whoa! Whoa, Teko, you're making Shadow? Whoa! I can't believe it, he's making Shadow the Hedgehog. Late, past 2 a.m. I'm sitting on the fields of Area 5 looking up at the night sky displayed on the ceiling. First and second magnitude stars, shooting stars, even constellations are replicated. I know they're all fake, but they all look like the real thing.
どうすりゃあんなもん作れるんだよ。
The wonders of geniuses make me think of how small I am.
お月くん、まだ起きていたなりか？
The sleeping Arale wakes up next to me.
もしかして水の番をしてくれていたなり？
ああ、レックスがいるとはいえ、ここはまだ危ねえからな。
だったら今からワッチが見張りを変わるなり。お前は。
いや、いい。どうせ俺、夜は少ししか眠れねえんだ。
お？不眠症なりか？
眠れないわけじゃねえけど、起きてる方が楽なんだよ。安眠してると後ろめたくなってくるからな。ひき逃げ犯の分際でのんきに眠ってんじゃねえぞ俺って。
I dream about that day every time I close my eyes. Me racing through the alley on the bike. Hitting the woman. And I awaken to me running away.
一旦目を覚ましたらどうせ眠れねえから、せめて朝まで祈ることにしてんだよ。俺が引いたあの女の冥福を。
There can be no repose for a murderer, though. As I say that and laugh. Arale looks down sadly.
おい、お前まで暗い顔すんなよ。いつか見てに俺のクソさを全力でなしれなしれ。
お月くん、ワッチはお前をとことん誤解していたなりよ。
誤解？
ワッチは最初、お前は自分の罪から逃げ続ける卑怯者だと思っていたなり。だからあんなひどいこと。卑 き抜けの罪で捕まった作業服のお前がどうしてまた逃げようとしているなりか。この卑怯者、少しは罪を償いなり。でも違ったなり。お前はちゃんと自分の罪に向き合って苦しんでいるなり。テコ
Indeed.
と同じように。
Y'all are alike in that way.
なあ、あられ。疑うわけじゃねえんだけどさ。イオン所長は本当に罪の意識に苦しんでんのか？どうもピンとこねえんだよな。
テコは悪役ぶって強がってるだけで結構繊細なりよ。夜なんて毎晩うなされているなり、亡霊の声が聞こえるみたいで。
マジか。あんなすげえ星空作れるような天才でも悩み事は俺たちと同じなのか。
だからワッチはテコにもうこれ以上悪いことをしてほしくないなりよ。そのためならワッチは。
Raleigh quietly shows his resolve. Seeing that, I can't help but think of the guys. Thinking of the guys who went through everything with me.
やってやろうぜ。
Bump. We may be nothing but a speck alone, but together...
やってやるなり。
Raleigh raises his tiny fist and we swear a pact. We'll get through it. Together. I don't know where this road leads, but at the end of it, I feel like we can gain redemption. Muddy! Day 2 of infiltrating the research lab. We got up early and resumed our pursuit of the heretics. Thanks to Raleigh's reinforced sprinklers and anti-smoke system, the fire was finally extinguished. I need to make up for lost time. Ground wasn't well drained, it is muddy. We overcome one obstacle only to run to another. Right when we need to catch up too.
遅い。もっとスピードアップしろ。京都はすでにエリア8に到達したぞ。
いや、路面の状況を見てくださいよ。泥に足が取られてスピードが。
ならもっとレックスのパワーを引き出せばいい話だろう。泥くらい蹴散らして進めるはずだ。
もう無茶ばっかり。いいですね。イオン閣下はお気楽で。
Why are people in power always like this? They really don't know what it's like risking their life.
違う。僕はあられに行ったんだ。
ワッチ？
Raleigh looks confused at the sudden order.
せっかく地下に行ったのに、しもべ霊にしがみついてちゃ意味ないぞ。
でもこの状況でワッチにできることなんてあるなりか？
大いにある。研究所の動物たちは脳にチップが入った生物兵器。半ば。
ワッチのコードハックの適用対象ないってことなりか？
ああ、理論上はハック可能だ。レックスの鼻の穴にコードを差し込んでみる。
Snort!
救急の裏側にチップがあるから。
でもチップはドクター江崎の発明品なりよ。さすがにハックは難しい。
ドクター江崎？ だからどうした？僕はイオンテコだぞ。あられは
まさかテコがナンバーワンに決まってるだり。
なら僕の発明品である君だってナンバーワンだ。いや、
You're the number
む
one.
しろそれ以上かもしれないね。
ワッチがテコ以上？
君は僕の予想を超えて成長した高性能ロボットだ。自分の意志で地下にたどり着き、火事まで止めてのけた君に不可能なんてあるはずがない。自分を信じろ、あられ。君は僕の
Arale looks way more determined now. And then...
危ないよ、あられちゃん。
おい、あられ、無茶すんな。落ちるぞ。
Arale extends his tentacles and jumps on Rex's head. He extends them further and inserts it in Rex's nostrils. Then... Ooh! Veiny. Immediately, Rex began to change. The muscles bulk up at a rapid pace.
ちょっくら飛ばすなりよ。二人ともしっかり捕まっているだり。
Unafraid of the mud, Rex bursts forth like a bullet train. Arale is now in control of Rex. I don't need the power of God to control animals so long as we have Arale's code hack.
あられのやつ、一人でカッコつけやがって。
It's the happiest I've ever heard Ku sound.
いける。この調子なら今度こそ異教徒を捕まえることができる。
行け、あられ。
Go, go, go! With Arale's fusion, the highly evolved organism Rex has become the strongest and fastest biological weapon. Strong, fast, and beautiful. Just watching its majestic form through the monitor sends shivers down my spine. Breathing gets ragged, my heart pounding through my chest. What is this feeling? Watching Arale's growth makes me happy as if it were my own accomplishment. Even though he's not here, I feel closer to him than ever. Never felt this way before. When did my mindset change? Oh, it was when he gave me those comforting words.
君を許すよ、テコ。
When he gave me those words of forgiveness, it felt like my heart, trapped in guilt, was finally released, letting me see what was important. Yeah. Arale's future. To see someone important like him evolve. I want to see it. I want to witness it. My thought process had changed.
まあ、見とれてばかりいるわけにもいかないけどね。
I take a deep breath to regain my composure and analyze the situation.
間に合うか。
Heretics are struggling their way through Area 8. They could reach Area 9 at any moment. Ideally, I'd like Arale to speed up even more. But demanding too much could lead to malfunction. If he stumbles and falls into the mud, Rex will never rise again.
どう
I speed up, or do I maintain this pace? Better be safe than sorry. Rex falls and can't run. Road will end at any moment.
怪我にだけは気をつけてくれよ。あられ。
Ah, closed.
行け。
君を許すよ。
まあ、間に合うか。どうする。あられ、もっとスピード上げろ。全速力を出せ。
I turn on the mic and demand Arale to speed up. That's right. Decided to trust Arale. No more worrying. I need to spur him on.
さすがにこれ以上は無理だりよ。
無理。弱気だな。レックスのポテンシャルはその程度じゃないはずだぞ。
でもこれ以上スピードを上げたら背中の2人を振り落としてしまえだり。
2人を振り落とすのが心配なら落ちないところに格納すればいい話じゃないか。
格納？そんな便利なスペースはないだりよ。
いや、ある。要は
あられちゃん、どうして急に止まったの？
おい、あられ、急がなくていいのかよ。異教徒はもうエリア8に到着してんだろ。
Rex suddenly stops. Arale asks us to get off his back.
2人ともちょっとそこに並んでたって。肩を寄せ合うように。
Do as Arale told us and stand side by side. You gotta get in your mouth. You gotta be safe. The next moment, Rex's giant mouth is approaching. We are enveloped in an instant and swallowed whole. Yay! Nom! I was expecting them to just be in the friggin' mouth, not swallowed, but you know what? Fair.
Area 7到達。そのまま行け。あられ。
I see Rex finally getting to Area 7 on the monitor. Area 7 is filled with giant trees and carnivorous plants. It is littered with obstacles. Such obstacles mean nothing to the current Arale. At this speed, he'll reach Area 8 in no time. That aside,
何ここ暗い。それにぬるって。
おい、あられ、何の真似だこりゃ。ここから出せ。出しやがれ。
when I get connected to the Ray and Kudu's radios, loud yelling fills my ears. Ray and Kudu are stored inside the Rex's mouth at the moment. Wrapped around his Oh. That's different than what was said before, but okay. As long as they have some oxygen, they should be fine. Probably. Most likely.
うるさいぞ、2人とも。今あられが走ってるんだ。口の中でおとなしくしていろ。
I cut my communication and returned to watching Arale's magnificent form.
ああ、綺麗だ。
Majestic form of Rex, fused with Arale, looks like a mythical divine beast. Beautiful and oh so strong. Suddenly my eyes feel hot. The image of the clumsy Arale from not so long ago flashes into my mind. He was only clumsy because of me.
てこ、なんか言っただり。
いや、なんでもないよ。
I was the one who underestimated Arale the most. Even knowing Arale's potential, I treated him like a child, and never gave him a chance to show his true abilities. Besides, because I wanted him to stay by my side. Overprotection hinders evolution. As a scientist who leads evolution, I was actually hindering it. What an unfunny joke. Arale was stuck in an evolutionary dead end because of me. One who's freed him and spurred his growth. Were those two. Right then. Manji?
Message?
Manji, what are you doing? Why'd you suddenly leave a freaking message? I got a message from Manji Fushicho, a minister at the Ministry of Security. Her message is another request for assistance, following the one from last night. How polite. Her high level of character shines right through the text. Of course it goes straight to the ignore pile. Ministry of Security, which is already in ruins, has the lowest priority. Misallocated resources here could doom the nation. With the heretics' activities intensifying all over Shuten, there are two facilities that must be protected at all costs. One is, of course, Ryugu. We must eliminate the heretics before they destroy the thing in the deepest depths. The other high priority facility is the headquarters. If heretics infiltrate that one room at the headquarters, things will get very bad. The battle of Ryugu is about to end. It's time to think about what comes next. We need to strengthen our defenses at the headquarters just in case. To do this.
しもべれ、大月く、聞こえるか？君らに伝えておきたいことがある。
I connected the two still cupped inside Rex's mouth.
伝えたいことだ。その前に、俺たちを口の外に出しやがれ。
私、ぬるぬるがダメで、よだれが全身を。
Slimy, too bad.
竜宮殿の戦いはもう間もなく決着する。あられが異教徒を片付けたら、君らはエリア8の塔壁に埋め込まれているパネルに243664と打ち込め。数字を打ち込むとサテライトルームが開放される。中には脱出用のポットが3艇残っているから、それに乗って研究所の外に出ろ。
脱出した後、私たちはどうすれば？
お疲れのところ悪いが、追加で仕事を頼みたい。僕を無事に本部ビルまで送り届けてくれ。もちろん追加の報酬も払う。
Of course.
追加の報酬って？
僕を本部ビルまで送り届けたら、大月く、君はそのまま好きなところに向かえ。監獄に戻る必要はない。
クー君が無罪放免ってことですか？
クー、そいつは昨日の騒動で死んだじゃないか。動物に体を食い荒らされて肉片すら残らなかった。
Who's that?
いや、 でもよ、罪を償ってもいねえのに監獄の外に出るなんて。
いや、君はもう十分罪を償った。これを僕に犯罪者と侮られ、仲間を無残に殺されながら、それでも異教徒の追跡に尽くした君の貢献は十分恩赦に値するものだ。捨て駒は案外捨てたものじゃない。それを僕に教えてくれたのは君だ。あられがここまで成長したのも君のおかげかもしれないね。
These are my genuine feelings. I could finally admit to my mistakes. I was wrong to dismiss Ku Atsuki as a mere pawn. This is all a bit weird. Since when did I become so honest?
やったねクー君。これで家族のみんなに会いに行けるよ。
ああ、まだ信じられねえが会える。
会えるんだよ。約束通り私のことも連れて行ってね。
With the jubilant voices acting as background music, I continue to watch Arale's majestic form.
もっと早く君に頼ればよかったな。
If I had believed in Arale's potential and given him opportunities to grow, I might have had more options available to me. Trying to do everything alone creates impossible situations. Leads to wrongdoing. Maybe I was being stubborn.
でもこれからは二人で。
If I can work with this Arale, we can overcome any difficulty. It's time to graduate from playing the anti-hero. Arale will become the strongest duo in Shuten. We will be the heroes leading the Shuten Order after the founder's death. Together, we will change the world. The best evolution. I was dreaming of such a dazzling future, when suddenly... The monitor suddenly flashed with a bright light. My vision is completely engulfed by the light. Uh-oh. After the light came darkness. The intensity blinded me temporarily.
なんだ？何が？
I suppress my impatience and wait for my vision to return. What I see is...
なんだ？これ。
As my vision returns, all I can see is Area 7 up in flames.
まさか今の光は爆弾？
Area 7 was blown away along with the flash, the flames spreading quickly.
あられ！応答しろ！あられ！
I call out desperately, but there's no response. I can't see Arale on the monitor.
どこだあられ？返事しろ！
Frantically switch cameras, desperately looking for him, only to find a battered Rex covered in severe burns.
あられ、意識はあるか？返事をしろ！あられ！
大丈夫。ワッチなら平気なり。爆破の場所が近かったおかげで逆に衝撃が少なかったみたいなり。
あられ。
Hearing his voice, I feel relieved. It seems the worst case scenario was avoided.
しもべれと大月くんも無事なりよ。口の中に入れておいてよかったなり。
ああ、うん。いたな、そんな奴らも。
That's not important now. Rex's skin is charred with both of his front legs missing. Oh. Since his back legs are intact, he can still move. I mean, for one... for one... The front legs are not really, like, necessary.
あられ、本体のダメージはどうだ？コアチップの状態は？
Arale's personality, his humanity and memory are all connected in the core chip in his head. If his core chip breaks, he dies.
コアは 大丈夫なり。衝撃は殺せたし、熱もそれほどじゃないから。
そうか、よかった。
But I can't relax just yet.
急いでエリア6まで退避しろ。そのままそこにいたら熱でコアが溶解するぞ。
Flames continue to grow. They must have doused Area 7 with flammable chemicals beforehand. What incredible meticulousness.
早くエリア6に戻れ。あられ。
But, no matter how much I urge him, he doesn't try to move.
あられ？何をしてるんだ？早く。
てこ、ワッチはこのままエリア7を突っ切るなり。
He's gonna do it. Ah.
は？
Oh, Raleigh. Can't believe what I'm hearing from him.
何を言って。熱で死ぬぞ。
でも、もしもワッチがここで退却したら、異教徒に追いつくことができなくなるなり。
異教徒に追いつけたって、君が死んだら意味が。
意味は残るなり。口の中の2人が異教徒を退治して平和を取り戻してくれれば。
平和がどうした？君が死んだら意味がないと言っているんだ。
I yell, trying to stop him, but Raleigh just smiles at me softly.
終点教のためにいろんなものを犠牲にしてきたのに、自分だけ例外なんて道理が通ってないなり。
Rex starts moving unsteadily. By his own will, he charges into the flames. His front legs are already gone, yet his steps show no hesitation. He moves ever forward, steadfast.
やめろ、あられ。焼け死ぬぞ。引き返せ。
ワッチは責任を取らないと、殺した分救わないといけないなり。
Atonement.
君じゃない。
言ったでしょ。テコの罪はワッチの罪でもあるなりよ。ワッチはずっとこれを望んでいた気がするなりよ。テコの代わりに償いを。テコがぐっすり眠れるように。
よせ、あられ。やめろ。戻って。
テコ、今までありがとうなり。テコの友達になれて。ワッチは
戻れ、あられ。戻れ。戻れ。
No matter how much I shout, Raleigh does not turn back. And he disappears into the flames. I never heard his voice again. Raleigh.
Rex, どうしてこんなことに。
なんだよこれ。黒焦げじゃねえか。
I couldn't make heads or tails of anything. I suddenly got stuffed into Rex's mouth, and when I made it out, Rex, who had safely carried us through, lay dead in the corridor. The remains all charred and black. Yeah. Yeah.
あられちゃん、あられちゃんはどこ？
あられどこだ。返事しろ。
I think that's also, like, the thing, is that, like, even, like, on, like, smaller projects, the Japanese, like, voice business, I'm not gonna, like, the voice acting, like, area, like, there is typically, like, really good work, excuse me, really good work on, like, practically anything, which is kind of nice. Like, there's just a lot of freaking Japanese voice actors that are, like, really freaking good at their job, and it's kind of wild. He should have been attached to Rex's head. He didn't fall off, did he? And then... I hear a quiet voice through the headset.
タチの悪い冗談言ってる場合かよ、イオン所長。いいから、あられの場所。
エリア7で爆発があったんだ。すぐに引き返せば助かったのに、あられは進むことを選択したんだよ。君らをエリア8に届けるために。
It was for you. I can't believe it. I can't believe Arale is dead.
なあ、所長。それで、あられはどこなんだよ。
いるよ、そこに。もう原型をとどめていないけど。
Yes. I mean, yeah, it's like... It is that. But I think it's partially because, like... Regardless of us not really, like, knowing the language or whatever, I think, the emotion that comes through the performances is more than enough. Like, something like Yakuza is very much in that vein, where, like, the performance matters more than me understanding the language. And it really enhances what's on the subtitles on screen. Like, it's performance and emotion more than anything. That's what truly matters. Still there. Is Raleigh still attached to Rex?
嘘だ。俺は信じねえぞ。昨日の夜に約束したんだ。一緒に償うって。俺は信じねえ。クー君？おい、出てこい、あられ。生きてんだろ。返事しろや。
Who friendly ruffles through the feathers on Rex's head. Seems to believe Arale is still there. Who suddenly stops.
クー君、どうしたの？何を見て。来
るな。
Who warns me to stop.
クー君。
来るな、レイさん。見たら前に進めなくなる。
そんな。
あられだって見られたくねえはずだ。自分のこんな姿を。別れの言葉は俺が代わりに言っとくから目背けててくれ。
Even if even Ku is reacting like this, Arale's corpse must be gruesome. No, if I see Arale's corpse, I'll never be able to move onwards. I have to finish this. For Arale's sake.
テコさん、ごめんなさい。あられちゃんを守ってあげられなくて。
Right after I promised last night, too, that Arale would safely return.
ええ、あられちゃんは任せてください。必ず無事にテコさんの研究室に送り届けますから。
I couldn't keep my promise. I'll never forgive myself for this. But I can't end this yet.
私たちは前に進まないと。あられちゃんの死を無駄にしないためにも。だからテコさん、お願いします。私たちをオペレーションしてください。異教徒を倒しましょう。
オペレーション？嫌だよ。
Oh! You've lost your half.
テコさん、
嫌だって言ったんだ。あられがもう死んだのに、こんな国ま。
待ってください。それじゃあられちゃんの思いが無駄に。
無駄も何も、あられが死んだ時点で僕の戦いはもう終わりだよ。ゲームオーバー。
Teko Eon sounds like an empty husk. But Ryugu. But the Shuten order. We give up now.
ご苦労様。君たちももう帰っていいよ。
帰っていいって。終点峡谷は。
そんなもの、滅べばいい。
Apathy. With those words, the headset goes silent. I felt myself blacking out. It's like all the lights have gone out. What are we supposed to do? Without Rex or Raleigh, the tactician Teko Eon was our last hope. Only now do I realize how much I was relying on Teko Eon. He may not be trustworthy, but he could resolve anything with Teko Eon's command. Even then. And then. And then. We stand a chance without him? Now I have to make my own choices. How do I fight against the heretics in Area 8?
レイさんはここで待っててくれ。あられの仇は俺が取る。俺が取ってやらねえと。それがダチの義務だ。
待ってクー君。仇を取るって。
Hi, how you doing?
私たちにはもう。
Hope you're doing well.
一応銃は持ってんだ。エリア2で拾ったやつだけどな。
Oh, cool, you're good. Cool.
銃があったところで相手はまだ爆弾を持ってるかも。
そうだな。無謀かもしれねえ。こんな珍家な武器で異教徒と戦ったら。だ
ったら。
でも俺にはどう戦うかより逃げないことの方が大切なんだ。
One moment here.
あられは逃げずに炎の中に突っ込んで俺たちに託したんだ。終点橋の平和を。ここで俺が逃げ出したらダチを裏切ることになる。あられの思いをつなぐために俺は行く。
Oh boy. Oh boy. Who runs off to Area 8. He's getting further and further away. There was no hesitation in his steps. Pitiful. I'm ashamed of myself. Do I really need a weapon? Am I able to move without guidance? Am I really worthy of being the founder? Leading everyone against the toughest of opponents. That is the founder's role. To let my subjects take the front line. I chase after Ku. It doesn't matter how I fight, or whether or not we win. Just that I don't turn back. I will go down fighting, not fleeing. We go on despite it all.
なんだここ。海か。
We made it to Area 8. It was like a beach from a book or something. Sand under our feet. An ocean stretching beyond the horizon.
異教徒がいない？
Ray whispers, voice trembling. True, there's not a person in sight. Which means...
異教徒の連中、すでにエリア9にたどり着いたってことかよ。
Not good. If they get to the deepest area, Shuten is done for. I look around for a way to get across the shore. There's gotta be a bridge or a boat or something. But the bridge was destroyed. Scraps resembling the wreckage of a boat are floating in the sea.
どうしろってんだよ。どうすれば。
We'll have no choice but to swim. That's going to be torture. We'll need something like a kickboard. Anything that looks like it'll float. Driftwood from the wreck. Or wood from the bridge. There was a boat wreckage all over the shore, riddled with holes. Garbage. All of it. I gather pieces of the wreckage left on the beach. Oh. Shark. There was a sound like a tidal wave. I spot a giant fish. With teeth like stakes. It opens its giant mouth, biting down on me. RIP! The street gang flashes in my mind. I hear Ray's voice. My body gets pushed to the beach. Incoming teeth, the feeling of death. Ray pulls my hand and I dash from the beach. I breathe as hard as I can. I get it together and peer back at the beach. The fish are gone, and the water is calm again. It's as if nothing happened.
なんだよありゃ。
A big old shark. I gasp out the words.
あれがサメってやつか。
I've seen them in encyclopedias. There's a shark, a great white. The ocean's symbol of terror. I mean, you say that, but, like, great whites are not actually, like... Great whites are, like, not really, like, that aggressive as far as I recall. I mean, most sharks aren't. They only are really aggressive when you're, like... They're, like... You're provoking them, really.
Ah, あんな奴がいるんじゃ、泳いで海を渡るのは無理じゃねえか。
あいつ絶対特級進化個体だね。海に入ったら殺される。
ああ、死ぬな。間違いなく。
Heart feels like it's going to explode just remembering what happened. It might even be scarier than Rex. There's just no beating this thing. Unless... Have you considered somehow taking control of it? However, that requires us to, like, be basically right there. But we can't just stay here. Think. There has to be a way across to do this.
あのサメを退治しねえと。
退治しなくても大丈夫。調教すればいいだけだから。
Obviously. Ray says so nonchalantly. Train?
いや、いくらレイさんでもさすがにあれと意思通わせんのは無理だろう。あいつ
魚でも大丈夫。私にはある特殊な力があってね。詳しくは言えないけど。
Believe in Ray!
なんだって操る
動物を操る
Sounds ridiculous, but Ray easily managed to control Rex.
私の力でサメを操り、背びれを掴んで背中に乗れば海を渡れる。
なら俺も一緒に乗せてくれよ。レックスの時
さすがにサメに二人乗りは厳しいんじゃないかな。乗れた
なら俺は泳いでサメについていく。
ダメだよそんな。海は広いし、サメ以外にも危険な生物が潜んでいるかも。
なら俺はどうすりゃ。
クー君は先に地上に帰って。
は？レイさん、今なんて。
テコさんが言ってたでしょ。このエリアには脱出ポッドがあるって。それで
レイさん、俺をお荷物扱いするのかよ。
違うよ。そうじゃなくて、クー君にはテコさんの様子を見に行ってほしいんだ。
イオン所長の？
うん。最後に話した時、テコさんは明らかに尋常な様子じゃなかったから。
It's true. He's been radio silent ever since Arale's death. Oh! Now we get to see it. He's definitely desperate. He might even kill himself out of guilt. The doctrine forbids suicide, but who knows what that director Eon will do. Do I stay here to be dead weight? Should I check on Director Eon?
わかったよ。俺は先に地上に戻る。
No use in being stubborn. I have to go where I'm needed.
だけどレイさん、無茶だけはしないでくれよ。レイさんに死なれでもしたら俺。
大丈夫。私は必ず生きて地上に戻る。約束したでしょ。二人でクー君の家族に会いに行くって。
Oh boy. Then I pulled myself away from him and we went separate ways. I head to the east of Area 8 and entered the number Dr. Eon gave me into the panel on the wall to find. There are 3 capsule-like pods in the hidden room. I'm kind of worried if this tiny thing can actually take me to the surface, but I don't have time to doubt. I open the pod and climb in. The instant I got in, my vision floods white. What the hell is this? No matter how hard I try, I can't move. I can't even speak.
ずいぶん体がボロボロね。無茶ばかりするからよ。私を心配させるなんて。
A voice sounds from somewhere.
でも、あなたが無事でよかったわ。一時はどうなるかと思ったけど。
This voice. I can't remember.
さあ、あとはゆっくり眠りなさい。これ以上、危ない目に遭う必要はないわ。
Familiar. Sleep? Can't be serious. I have so much to do. Do? What was it again? What was I? No, wait. Who am I? My name. I'm... Yeah, I had a feeling. Bad end. Alright, let's go to the other one. Nyam!
早く逃げて。
あれが
退治し
いや
さか
どう
私さす
な
くて最後に話した時テコさんは明らかに尋常な様子じゃなかったから。
ダメよ、帰りなさい。このままここに残ってもあなたにできることなんて何もないわ。
Voice echoes in my head. Stay.
いいから帰るの。あなたの冒険はもう終わり。
Stay.
これ以上心配させないで。
A voice echoes in my head. Stay.
うっせえ、俺は逃げね
That was too close. I was about to make the same mistake. No more running away. Same mistake as before.
なあレイさん、本当にサメを操ることができるってんなら今すぐやってみてくれないか。
いや、そんな急には。
I stare at Ray going up to him. I won't let him lie to me. That's when he...
動物を操る力があるのは本当。でもこの力、操る相手の姿が見えないと。
So he wasn't really lying. He just wanted me to get to safety.
そんなこったろうと思ったぜ。
He's too nice. Not even mad now, but we don't have time to argue.
姉さんの力を発動するにはあいつを海面におびき寄せる必要があるってことか。
Wherever it is. How are we gonna get it out? You wanna attract a fish.
やっぱ釣りだよな。
It's not like we need a rod and reel, though. Just need a break surface. Bait. What would work on a shark? Meat? Or just then?
生き餌の回収お疲れ様。
That's right, we have bait. Tekko Eon approved live bait. If I do this, I'll never get to see my family again.
クー君、どうしたの？なんか様子がおかしいよ。やっぱりもう。
こんな時まで俺の心配かよ、レイさん。
I let out a little chuckle. It's so anticlimactic that it actually straightened my resolve. I really wanted to see them again. My family. But that's enough of the past. Ooh, no, listen to the nice lady in your head! This is about the now. And now, Ray's here. If I can protect him, then...
レイさん、ありがとう。初めて会った時、俺を抱きしめてくれたよな。
え？
あの時、俺、顔も思い出せないことを思い出せたような気がするんだ。こうやって抱きしめてもらったことが過去にもあるような気がして安心したぜ。俺は誰かに抱きしめてもらえるようなやつなんだって。それにレックスのタンデムも爽快だったぜ。恐竜に二人乗りして大地を駆け回ったのなんて歴史上俺たちくらいじゃねえか。
You're only saying this because you're gonna do something reckless, boy!
エリア5のホタル綺麗だったな。魂が震えたぜ。あんな綺麗なもん他には。
There's so much I want to say to him. The world will end by the time I've gotten all out. There's just one last thing.
レイさん、もしも俺の家族に会ったら伝えてくれよ。大月地下を元気に走り回ってたって。
クー君、急に何を言ってるの？私に。
そうだ、ついでにイオン所長にもよろしくな。あの博士、最初はとんだクズ野郎だと思ってたけど、じっくり話せばそんなに悪いやつじゃなかったぜ。
He suffered from his sins too. My hatred for him vanished the second I realized that. Being able to build a whole underground world, but in some ways they're the same as us. You'll get it if you talk to them. You can overcome hatred and reach an understanding.
僕に犯罪者と侮られ、仲間を無残に殺されながら、それでも異教徒の追跡に尽くした君の貢献は十分恩赦に値するものだ。
Hearing those words from him made me so happy. He recognized me, a criminal. Thanks to him, I can die a man. Oh, look at me, Arale. I won't run. You ran right into the flames without backing down. How could I run away? This time I'm not running. This time, I'll protect him. Protect Ray's future. That's... cool.
俺の償いだ。
クー君？
Oh boy, oh boy.
出てこいやサメ野郎。ここで餌が泳いでんぞ。
Who suddenly jumps into the sea, taunting the sharks.
何してるのクー君？早く上がって。
出てこい。俺は逃げも隠れもしねえ。
I realize what Ku wants. Could it be he's using himself as shark bait? An ominous fin emerges. It's a shark. It's after Ku.
クー君逃げて。サメが来てる。
そうだ。もっとこっちに近づいてこい。サメ野郎。
Same! Ku isn't listening to me. Then... the shark reappears. It opens its huge mouth, its sharp teeth moving over so close to Ku. Yet still, Ku stood still. I quickly went into my prayer pose. Please, God, let that shark... The shark is going to kill Ku. Please grant me the power to train. Close my eyes and pray for Ku's safety. I promise that we will return to his family on the street. I will save him. I'll open my eyes, hoping for the best. Shark's mouth is closed. It stays perfectly still. And... Ku is smiling proudly and laughing. I really thought he was done for. Phew, I swear that took 3 years off my life. Despite only having 2 days to live. Ku smiles at me as if to say sorry. Is he sincere, though?
クー君、一旦砂浜に戻って、サメの他にも何か潜んでるかもしれない。
Once Ku comes back, the two of us can ride the shark across the sea. Fight those heretics at the deepest area. I can't take the shark all the way there, however. I'll have to train another animal. We've come this far, the rest is up to fate. I'm gonna keep this momentum. And then... Fuck. I noticed the water surface is a strange color. At first, I thought I was seeing things. Is it just the light? No. It's definitely red. Only the surface around Ku is sea. The rest is red.
ありがとう、姉さん。
Ku is swept up by an offshore whirlpool. Like a tree leaf, he is powerless.
クー君、待って。
A single hand reaches above the surface, like it's waving. Soon the hand is out of sight, as if no one was ever there.
待って、待ってよ。置いてかないで、クー君。
Return 0. The surface's light grew dimmer as I sank into the dark, dark deep. Guess I couldn't atone. A criminal saving the world? There's no way. How could I have dreamed that up? Failing to atone? I can only be headed for hell. It's supposed to be eternal torture or something. It's a fitting end for a criminal. I'm not afraid to go to hell. I deserve to suffer. But it's not about me.
姉さん、無事でいてくれ。
I can't protect him to the end. That's my one regret. I can't even go calmly to hell without knowing he's safe.
なんとかこの世にとどまることはできねえか。
Just a few hours. I just need to see that he gets out safely. I'm fine with dying. Just let me be by him. If spirits or souls do exist, no matter what I have to suffer through, I want to be by him.
いいえ。あなたの物語はここでおしまい。
Yay. I hear a voice come from somewhere darkness overtakes my sight.
ずいぶん暴れ回ってくれたわね。あなたの意志の強さには驚かされるわ。でも、もういいの。あなたは十分頑張ったから。
Enough? No, not yet. I haven't helped Ray yet.
いいえ。これ以上さまよう必要はないわ。眠りなさい。帰りなさい。真っ白な世界に。
I hear something crack. Now my vision is bleached white. Enveloped in gentle light, Me? Who am I? I don't know anything. I don't know. This place. It's full of joy. Oh, it's like a dream. No, I am the dream. Scenario end. Ku Atsuki's story is over. proceed with Rei Shimobe's story. Bye, Ku. Where? Crossing the sea and the shark, I see the entrance to a cave on the shore. Area 9 is up ahead, the deepest part of Ryugu. The heretics are on the other side. We need to defeat them to save the world, to save everyone. This is what they'd wanted. We were supposed to fight together.
誰もいなくなっちゃったな。
Rex was incinerated, Arale dissolved, Tekko Eon gave up, and Ku. He's sleeping with the fishes. My heart pains when I recall Ku's final moments. I just wanted him to go home. Home to his family on the streets. We even made a pinky promise. Promise we can't keep.
私一人でたどり着いても
I saved the world without Ku. It's even the point.
何湿っぽい顔してんのよ、レイち
Ah, god damn it. They had to show up now of all times. I hear voices and look up.
ヒメルさん、ミコトルさん。
レイ、君の頑張りはずっと見ていたよ。よくここまでたどり着いたな。
神の手助けがあったとはいえ、生き残ったのはレイちゃん自身の力よ。おめでとう。
ヒメルさん、ミコトルさん。私、クーくん、助け。
I mean, yeah, I know, obviously. The only reason why they're even here is because I'm alone. The sadness I was holding back now wells up. Tear after tear, one after. The next I can't stop.
レイ、悲しみは察するが、悲しむのは後だ。君は異教徒を打ち滅ぼし、終点教を救わなければならない。
レイちゃんがここで折れたら、世界が滅んで、その悲しみすらも消えちゃうのよ。いいの？友達が生きた証がなくなっても。
Himiru's words snap me out of it. If I quit here, Ku's death will be in vain. I will have to carry out Ku's wishes. Save the world and tell Ku's family. Tell them how hard he fought.
そうですね。前に進まないと。
I am the founder after all. I must save Shuten.
教祖らしい顔つきになってきたじゃないか。記憶より先に教祖の自覚が戻ってきたのかもしれないな。
涙を拭いたら出発するわよ。いざ迷宮の最深部へ。
More motivated than ever, we stepped into the cave. A long, dark, downhill slope. And finally, we reached the deepest part of the labyrinth. Brain!
これは
I mean, I guess that makes sense. If you destroyed it, the hive mind of sorts just gone. I wouldn't say that, actually. It's probably not a hive mind. It's probably more closer to, like, a collective data bank, if anything. That would probably make the most sense. And without it, well, individuality is probably gone, effectively. This place is like an aquarium. There's a giant glass wall separating us from the water. Floating inside is...
No. こんな大きな
This is the treasure of Shuten? This is the thing the heretics are trying to destroy?
そうだ、異教徒。二人とも気をつけてください。先にここに到着した異教徒がどこかで潜んで。
何を言っているんだ、レイ。異教徒ならそこにいるじゃないか。
そこ
Ooh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is that a freaking Minotaur? I figured the brain operated like systems that keep shooting running, not the droid's AI. I mean... I think that's like a gorilla and a cow and a bull combined. Jeez. Glory! On the ground, a mountain of corpses lay. The heretics. And... it makes sense why you would have... It honestly... okay, this honestly makes sense why you would... how I'm trying to have you. The Minotaur at the end of the labyrinth. You gotta have parallels. Some sort of primate lies spread eagled on the ground. Most of its body looks to be a gorilla, yet the head is a bull. It's a minotaur. Effectively.
キメラってやつかしら。それもゴリラと牛のハーフハーフね。
ダンジョンの最深部に半人半牛のキメラか。
Slams down my axe. Wait, whoa.
おそらく神話の怪物ミノタウルスを模しているんだろうな。
The Minotaur.
ミノタウロス
The Minotaur at the end of the labyrinth. A la the Odyssey.
察するにこのキメラは秘宝を守る最後の門番で異教徒たちと激しい戦闘を繰り広げたんじゃないか。
最後は相打ちの友倒れってこと？やったじゃないレイちゃん。遅れてきて正解よ。
相打ち異教徒は全滅したってこと
So that mean our fight is
終わったの
just like that.
しかし醜悪だな。こんなものを秘宝と呼ぶとは悪趣味にも程がある。
I mean, from what we were told, the world would... Shuten would effectively just die if this were destroyed. And it was also implied that everyone would shut down. So it's probably multiple things, I would expect.
姫は割とこういうのもいける口よ。内臓とかナマコ的なグロの美を感じるわ。
Same grotesque beauty of a sea cucumber? You would say that. Despite my state, the angels admire the secret treasure floating in the tank.
この脳本当に何なの
At the very least, I want to know what this is. The thing we've been fighting for. For what Ku and Arale...
そいつは生体コンピューターヤタだ。
Yata. I turn around and see one of the heretics waking up. One of them survived.
動かないで。
そう警戒すんな。どうせ俺はもう死ぬところだからよ。話し相手でもしてくれや。
The heretic smiles. Despite the uneasiness, I felt little hostility.
あんただろ。ずっと俺たちを追いかけてたのは。その執念に敬意を表して質問に答えてやるよ。文字通りの出血大サービスってやつだ。さあ、な。
I don't want to talk to these guys when this is my only chance.
どうして清潔の大地はこんな大規模なテロを起こしたんですか？あなたたちは一体。
俺たちは清潔じゃねえもんがとにかく許せねえんだよ。それと絶滅するべき時に死なねえ命。
Of course.
つまり終点鏡だ。
Life that refused to die? Didn't the Shuten order wish for humanity's demise? It's a very unpleasant contradiction, but I had to press it.
絶滅に抗うことはあなたたちにとっては罪なんですか？
絶滅期にはおとなしく死んどけよ。
生きたいと願って何が悪いんですか？
悪いとは言ってねえけど、せえんだよ。
Puritans.
汚れた思想が、竜宮こそが汚れた命の噴出口だ。ここさえ落とせば終点峡谷を滅ぼせるはずだったんだけどな。
Heretic's voice grew quieter.
あなたたちはどうしてこの脳を壊そうとしたんですか？
決まってんだろ。そいつが終点鏡の盾だからだよ。
盾？どう見ても脳ですけど。
今風に言うとトップダウン AI ってやつだ。ヤタは終点鏡に迫る絶滅を片っ端から跳ね返してんだよ。
絶滅を跳ね返す？
おかしいと思わなかったか。外は草の一本も生えてねえのに
Not particularly.
生き物が住めるなんてそりゃありえねえだ。全部このヤタの仕業だぜ。しかもよ、かつてこいつは他人の命を吸って生きる化け物だったんだ。
他人の命を吸って？
このヤタはよ、てめえを維持するためにこの国の住人の魂を糧にしてやがった。
How true is that, though?
定期的に誰かが命を捧げてあげねえとこいつは動かなくなっちゃう。
Okay, maybe that makes sense. That's what it meant for sacrifices.
「それにしても自然豊かな国だ。外とは別世界だな。これもかつて続けられていた生贄のおかげというわけか。
Horrid, so what Mikotoro said was true.
まあ今はそうじゃねえらしいが、こいつのために どれだけの命が散っていったことぐらい恐ろしいね、終天教。
今はそうじゃない。
よくは知らねえが、もう誰かを犠牲にする必要はなくなってるって話で。
I mean, if the sacrifices aren't needed anymore, it's probably because of what Teko did. After all, he did say that, like, once we reach a certain point, we probably wouldn't need this anymore.
できるなら最初からそう作れってんで。
So it was upgraded to no longer need sacrifices? Still, Yata, a computer that ran using life's sacrifice to it. How sinister. Be expected of the Order, I guess. Anyway, this country isn't right. At least the sacrifices are no longer being performed.
わかっただろ。この国は終天教国はな、そういったたくさんの犠牲のもとで繁栄してる不健全で汚らわしい国なんだ。
You're sounding like a Puritan, and I'm not exactly inclined to believe you.
無数の死体の山の上にあぐらをかいているだけなんだ。
I mean, given that your freaking group is called Pure Land, I'm like, I don't know if I like you anyway. They want to destroy the Shuten Order, the source of filth. The only way was to destroy Yata, the shield of Shuten. Yeah, well, the fact that they want to get after filth gives me bad vibes, because there are many implications to that. Many implications. Degeneracy, queer people, general areas where you could be considered below the pure form. Oh, so being targeted by these guys is why Teko.
テコさんはヤタを守るために竜宮を作ったんですね。地中深くにヤタを埋めて敵の手が届かないように。
だが守るだけじゃねえ。あいつはヤタの演算能力を拝借して研究に転用して。
I mean, that makes sense. Sure.
イオンテコは穴蔵でヤタを守り、ヤタは己を守るイオンテコに演算能力を提供する。共生関係ってやつだな。
Teko Eon has been using Yata's computing power for research into evolution. In his own words, the ultimate goal is to...
僕が動物たちを進化させるのは進化の行き着く果てにある。
壊したかったぜ。終天教の守りの要を清潔じゃねえ命を全部吹っ飛ばしてやりたかったんだ。
Yeah.
なのによ。あの牛顔のキメラ野郎、俺たちの最後の爆弾を
Oh. Oh boy. Yeah, makes sense. Protect the treasure at all costs, as the Minotaur does. The heretics spewed blood and resentment at the Chimera's corpse. Thank you, Mino.
君が守ってくれたんだね。
He took the bombs for us. Our noble gatekeeper stopped Yata from being destroyed. Rex Saraleku and the Gatekeeper. They all protected the Shuten Order with their lives. All for their unworthy founder. The dead won't ever return. But at the very least, I want to bless these heroes.
ありがとう。君たちのおかげで終点橋は守られた。
Is that really... I mean... I like the Yap sessions, though. Why do you think I'm partially into Uchikoshi stories? I thank them from the bottom of my heart.
ありがとう。私たちを守ってくれて。
いや、守りきれてないぜ。
え？
確かにヤタを吹っ飛ばすことはできなかったけどよ。ちゃんと破滅のキーはぶっ刺しといたからな。
Obviously.
破滅のキー。それって。
And then... Forced shutdown. Red letters appeared on the glass.
何よこれ。言っとくけど姫は何もしてないからね。
これは強制シャットダウンか。
Hey, Tekko, I think we need you. Yes.
シャットダウン？
Why does all of this suddenly notice it? There's a strange key-like object in the bottom of the tank.
それがキーだ。パンドラは開かれた。ヤタが止まればお前らは。
I am not surprised you use the Pandora's box analogy. If we're leaning into the Greek myth shit, we may as well go all the way.
お待ちかねの絶滅だ。
絶滅。
清潔じゃねえ命は滅び去る運命なんだよ。ズルは許さねえぞ。お前らはこの星のウイルスだ。死んじまえ。
False prophets, huh?
勉強のまがいものども。
Okay, man. Okay. Oh, man. You're insane. I'm sorry, but your freaking beliefs are bullshit. Erta gives one last crazy laugh before coughing on his own blood and going still. That wicked smile stuck to him. He is certain of our destruction.
なんかカウントダウンが始まったわよ。
これはシャットダウンまでの残り時間か。
Remaining time came up on the display. Not even a minute remains.
ミコトルさん、もしもヤタがこのまま止まったら終点橋は。
おそらくその異教徒の言う通りだ。終点。
そんな。
After getting so far, all for nothing.
諦めるなレイ。停止をキャンセルしろ。
でもどうすれば。
どうでもいいから何とかするの。早く早く。
Do something, but what? Seconds are ticking by.
これを引き抜けば。
Key is the source of the shutdown. To remove this, the countdown should stop. I doubt it. I doubt it. But countdown doesn't stop.
今さら引き抜いてもダメだ。すでに強制停止プログラムはヤタの内部を走っている。
I don't think that breaking the glass would do anything either, so...
レイちゃん、こうなったら水槽を叩くのよ。斜め45度の角度でぶったたけば止まるかも。
ブラウン管じゃないんだぞ。
諦めるよりマシでしょ。
Yes, that's right. It is better than giving up. Throw my hands in fists and swing them at the tank. I don't think we're gonna break that at anything short of a gorilla punch. I keep hitting the tank. My hands start to ache. That isn't stopping me. I wish and keep hitting. But no matter how much I wish, the countdown is merciless. The angels too stare at the tank with a blank expression. We're all out of options. I'm so frustrated I feel like crying. What sort of founder am I? So helpless. Wish I could apologize to Ku and Arale for my incompetence. Right at the very end.
終わりだなんて。
The light in Yata disappears and... Yeah, life force. That is key. If it's down, everyone else shuts down. I suddenly find it hard to breathe, and I'm so dizzy. Is this oxygen deprivation? The Yata is shut down, cutting off our air supply. I don't think it's just that. I think it's more than that. I grasp for air. Anywhere. Oxygen, please. Of course, I had no luck. I feel myself blacking out. Ooh, I'm sorry. In my oxygen-deprived state, I apologize profusely to Ku. Ku, who sacrificed himself to help me. Yet I couldn't save the world. Bad end. To avoid this ending, you need someone to help take you control of the machines. How can you bring him here? Indeed. Clearly that's a bad end there, so... This moves into here, so maybe one of those, perhaps. You gotta look at him.
あられなら君らいるよ。
嘘だ。おい、来るな。わかる。
ダメだよ。そんなわけにいかない。
Arale came to the underground well aware of the dangers within. We can't just abandon Arale and move on. With determination, I run to the charred wrecks. Then... Raleigh is barely recognizable. His tentacles are completely scorched, and his head is melting from the heat. My adorable Raleigh.
もう行こうぜレイさん。それ以上見てやらないでくれ。
Ku tugs my head, urging me to go, but
ええ、あられちゃんは任せてください。必ず無事にテコさんの研究室
I
に送り届けま
promised
すから。
that Raleigh would come home. Yet.
レイさん
Let's at least take the body. Ow, he's still hot. It's like my palms are in an oven. Rex's skin sticks to Raleigh's molten body. I'm gonna pull it off.
レイさん離せ。手がダメになっちまう。
Ku tries to stop me, but I can't give up.
必ず連れて帰るから。君をテコさんのところに。
I pull a Raleigh with all my might. It's my duty to make sure Raleigh returns home. This isn't as the founder, but as Rei Shimobe. Finally pull a Raleigh away from Rex's skin. To prevent hurting my hands anymore, I hold a Raleigh in my hood.
レイさん両手を見せろ。やけどが。
テコさん、オペレーションしてください。異教徒を倒しましょう。あられちゃんの死を無駄にしないためにも。
Raleigh has entrusted the future of Ryugu to us. We cannot let his sacrifice go to waste. We'll catch those heretics.
オペレーション嫌だよ。
テコさん、
嫌だって言ったんだ。
待ってください。
無駄も何も。あられが死んだ時点で僕の戦いはもう終わりだよ。ご苦労様。
帰っていいって。終点峡谷は
そんなもの滅べばいい。
We'll see about that, Teko.
Reiさんはここで待っててくれ。
え？
あられ
待ってクー君。銃が使って。
はい、俺は行く。
クー君？
There we go.
な
え？どう？
そんなこったろ。レイさんの力やっぱ
生き絵のか。
こんな時までレイさん。俺は恐竜にエリア5のホタル。綺麗だったな。なあレイさん。もしもこの先江崎博士に会うようなことがあったら、大月クーは元気に冒険を楽しんでたってさ。
Oh, her.
江崎博士？その人はもう死んでるはずじゃ。
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what the world
江
thinks.
崎博士は生きてるぜ。監獄で元気にしてる。
Dead to the world.
生きてる？
死を偽装したんだよ。その方が何かと動きやすいみたいでさ。
じゃあテコさんは騙されてるってこと？
ああ、 江崎博士も天才だからな。俺がリュウグウに働きに来たのはさ、元はといえば江崎博士とイオン所長を仲直りさせるためなんだよ。イオン所長の横っ面引っ叩いて言ってやるつもりだったんだ。意地張ってねえで早くダチを迎えに行きやがれってな。
It's just a dream for a grunt like me to talk with Director Eon. I never got the chance.
江崎博士はずっとイオン所長が迎えに来るのを監獄で待ってんだよ。
すねてる？天才なのに？
天才なんて案外そんなもんなんじゃねえの
？Being able to build a whole world on the ground, but in some ways they're the same as us. Yeah.
僕に犯罪者と侮られ、仲間を無残に殺されながら、それでも異教徒の追跡に尽くした君の貢献は十分恩赦に値するものだ。
Off we go again.
俺の
僕に犯罪者と侮られ、仲間を無残に殺されながら。
おい、姉さん、なんとかこの世にとどまることはできねえか。
いいえ、でも帰りなさい。真っ白な世界に。
Revival. Don't know how matter how much I wish. The countdown is merciless. Angels 2 stare at the tank with a blank expression. We're all out of options. I'm so frustrated. I feel like crying. What sort of founder am I? So helpless, I wish I could apologize to Ku and Arale. My incompetence right at the very end. Arale? Oh, you are a resilient little guy. It all started with a request from the founder.
寂しい終わりはごめんだよ。私は動物たちと一緒にハッピーな終焉を見たいんだ。だからお願い、テコ。地球をまた幸
Fill
せ
the
な
earth
星にして。
with life again. To fulfill the founder's wish, I evolved the animals. Stronger, stronger, stronger. Yes. The research was challenging, even with my intellect and Yata's computing power. The research did not progress easily. I became worn out. I wanted to give up many times. I even almost threw it all away on occasion. But each time I envisioned an ideal future, filled with life, plants and animals, an ideal land celebrating prosperity. Achieving this future eventually became my own dream. Oh, how I wanted to show Arale. Oh, you'll still get that chance. A revival of a new world. That future will never come, because Arale is dead. Death is the end of change. Once life stops moving, it decays. Yes, life that stops moving is all.
君までゴミになってどうするんだ。あられ。
わっちゅうゴミ呼ばわりとは何事なりか。
I hear a voice I shouldn't be hearing. It can't be. That's impossible. You should already be dead. This must be another hallucination. I can't get my hopes up. Arale can't still be alive. Calming myself down, I look at the monitor and find... Arale's avatar is alive and well on the screen.
どうして生きて。
悪女なテコにお説教するため、ワッチがルーターになって最深部とその部屋をつないだなり。いいから、ヤタの停止を阻止するなりよ。
ヤタの停止？
Not quite understanding, I checked the monitor for Area 9.
なんだ？一体どういう状況なんだ？
Looks like Arale is attempting to code hack into Yatta. I look at Yatta's tank to see... Or shutdown screen?
あられ、しもべれ。ヤタに何があったんだ？
異教徒はエリア9で全滅していましたが、死ぬ前に変なキーを刺されたんです。
これはスードゥデバイスか。
スードゥ？
バカでもわかるように説明すると、このキーの内部には PC のキーボードと凄腕のハッカーが疑似的に再現されているんだ。
つまりヤタの中で凄腕のハッカーが悪さをしているってことですか？
ああ、その理解でおおむね間違っていない。
The situation is clear. Arale is in a fierce code hacking battle with the pseudo device.
シャットダウンまで残り1秒か。
In this state, it doesn't look like we can avoid this.
ヤタの停止はもう避けようもないな。
そんな、せっかくカウントを止めたのに。
テコ、何か手はないなりか。
落ち着け。シャットダウンするならすぐに再起動すればいいだけの話だ。
They're doing a lot in 1 second.
ヤタの中に再起動コードの入力画面があるはずだ。それを僕のメイン PC に送れるか？
了解だり。なんとかやってみるなりよ。
I sit at my main computer and wait for Arale to send me the feed, only to find... Answer me. The input code screen is not what I expected. It's a simple input bar with space for 10 characters. Of course. Looks like there is something like a hint, but...
なんだこれ。ただのクイズじゃないか。
There's only one chance to get it right.
死後まで僕に無茶ぶりするのか、君は。
I complained to the severed head, but of course I got no response. I wish I could just crack this head open and get an answer. Maybe I don't even need to crack the head open. If only...
あいつがいれば、江崎が生きてさえいれば、脳から教祖のデータを吸い出すことができるのに。
Yeah, about that, she is. She was a specialist in brain science. With an intact head, she could reference all the data within. But Izaki died in prison long ago. I reported her and had her expelled from Yugu.
あいつを死に追いやったせいで。
ドクター江崎は生きてます。
は
Could hardly believe it. Izaki is alive?
何を言ってるんだ、しもべ。錯乱したのか。
違うんです。本当に生きているんです。クー君がそれを教えてくれたんです。
死ぬ直前？じゃあ大月クーは
クー君はエリア8で。
Ray speaks with a trembling voice about Ku's last moments. The Kuotsuki is dead. He was a convict in a jumpsuit, but loyal and sincere to Ray. Someone with a strong sense of honor like Ku wouldn't lie in his final moments. I know what I need to do.
僕は今から監獄に向かう。そして江崎を連れ出して竜宮に戻る。
I have to face my past sins. I must sincerely apologize to Izaki and somehow secure her cooperation.
あられは僕が監獄から帰ってくるまでなんとかヤタを持たせてくれ。
任されたなり。ドクター江崎によろしくなるよ。
しもべれ、君はエリア8の脱出ポットで地上に戻り、僕の研究室まで来てくれ。江崎との打ち合わせに立ち会ってほしいんだ。
はい。でもテコさんが旧友と再会する場に私が紛れ。
邪魔じゃない。むしろ助かる。
え？
しもべれ、もしも僕と江崎の会話が途切れたら適当にチャチャでも入れて場を和ませてくれ。沈黙が降りないように。
つまり久々に会う友達と気まずい感じになるのが嫌だから第三者にそばにいてほしいってことですか？
僕と江崎は友達ではないが、その理解でおおむね間違っていない。
わかりました。微力を尽くして場を和ませば。
何がおかしい？
いえ、テコさんって案外シャイなんだなって。
違う。僕は無駄な会話が嫌いなだけだ。低俗な人付き合いなんかに割く時間は。
Yeah, sure, buddy, sure.
はい。
Call it what you want.
そういうことにしておきますね。
用が済んだら覚えて
そっちこそ用が済んだら忘れないでくださいね。
取り調べのことか。いいぞ。今さら隠すこともない。なんだ。
ありがとうございます。じゃあそれを楽しみに地上に向かいますね。
ああ、せいぜい死ぬんじゃないぞ、しもべれ。
ええ、テコさんもドクター江崎と仲直りできることを祈っています。
I end the call and quickly get ready to leave. Now it's my turn to go on an adventure just like Arale, to reclaim what I lost in the past. The fucking... God damn it. I rush out of the lab, heading for the prison.
「それじゃああられちゃん、私は地上に行くけど本当に一人で大丈夫？やっぱり私も地下に残って。
ワッチなら心配ご無用なりよ。それよりお前は早く地上で治療を受けるべきなり。両手に大やけどを負ったなり。
Yeah.
覚えているなりよ。お前に助けてもらったと。
これくらい平気だよ。 ほら、普通に動くし。あいた。
I couldn't tough it out. Honestly, both my hands have gone numb. No, not just my hands. I'm going numb all over. Not careful, I could lose consciousness.
お前たちは本当に無茶ばっかりなり。
Wonder if Arale remembers. Who boldly confronted the shark? Scene of sinking into the sea.
大月君はもう地上に戻ることはできないけど、ワッチはあいつから思いを受け継いだなり。拳と拳をぶつけ合って。だから。しもべれ、お前は大月君の思いも地上に連れて行ってやってほしいなり。
必ず連れて行くよ。クー君も、それにあられちゃんの思いも。
I force my badly burnt hand into a fist and we do a fist bump. In that moment, I feel a strange power welling up inside me. I'm sure we can save the world. I'm certain of that.
それじゃあ行ってくるね。必ずいい知らせを持ち帰るから期待して待ってて。
フレーフレー、しもべれ、事件が全部終わったらパーリーをするなりよ。
With Arale cheering me on, I ran to the surface. I run through Area 9, straight to Area 8.
ミコトルさん、ヒメルさん、二人ともいたら返事をしてください。ここを出ますよ。
Tried calling out to them, but the angels don't appear. I thought they did, but they then disappeared. Once they disappear, I don't know when they'll reappear. I'm annoyed at their inconsistency.
出てこないなら、私だけ先に地上に帰っちゃいますからね。
After saying this, I put the unlock key into the panel on the east wall of the Area 8. Then... Inside the satellite room, there are two vehicles which look like medicine capsules lined up. I open the lid and enter the pod. Sound like a startup beep. The pod starts moving by itself. It jumps into the Area 8C. Perhaps... Probably implying that he's still alive. My trusty machine roars like a lion. Ignoring the danger, I turn on the boost. Going through the forest at top speed. I'm heading to the Shuten's largest prison. The End. Of course it's called The End. Place where major criminals who commit heinous crimes end up. Ryugu and the prison aren't all that too far apart. If I push my machine, I can get there in about an hour. Even 1 minute, 1 second faster. And... obviously, yes. To overcome this crisis, I need Dr. Izaki's help. A rare genius. The greatest neuroscientist in history. former wing of Ryugu that I once clipped myself. Plain dead, huh? Yeah. I need to give her a piece of my mind. With that thought, I rev my engine to the max. A sudden thought came to my mind. The images of Rei controlling Rex flashes through my mind. It was only a few hours ago, but it felt strangely nostalgic. But I never thought I'd be the one running around outside. I let my thoughts wander, and then... we... I made it to the end. Officially, it's said to be under the Ministry of Security. However, in reality, it's mostly an independent facility. They've been in conflict with the Ministry of Security for years.
警備省は犯罪者を捕まえるだけでしょう。その犯罪者を長年にわたって管理しているのは我々です。どちらが終点橋の平和により貢献しているかは明らかなはず。
Or that's what the warden says, at least. Your argument isn't without merit. The peace of Shuten order is maintained precisely because the prison strictly manages these heinous criminals. But... I will make them pay for faking Izaki's death. I shouted as soon as I entered the warden's office.
イオン様、これは科学省の幹部様が直々にいらっしゃるとは強烈至極。
ごたくはいい。家から早く江崎を僕の前に連れてこいと言っているんだ。
江崎とはドクター江崎のことでしょうか。
I know. I figured I wouldn't.
ああ、いいよそういうのは。いいから江崎を出せ。僕は急ぎだ。
はて、何をおっしゃっているのやら皆目見当もつきません。何か勘違いをされているのではありませんか。
では江崎はあくまで死んでいると。
奴はれっきとした死人です。こちらに死亡報告書が。
Warden desperately tries to cover up Izaki's existence. He produces a death certificate and autopsy report, similarly clinging to his lies. The audacity to present falsified records to me. How bold. That's what you're going with.
イオン様、何を？
簡素だよ。僕の特製のドローンでデータを押収させてもらう。
なんと野蛮な。イオン様、幹部といえどこんな蛮行は許されませんぞ。
He is literally a higher freaking rank than you, my guy.
蛮行？違うな。これは科学だ。
I can use my superior technology to expose the truth. That's the true essence of science.
何もやましいことがないのなら、君の PC から吸い出したこのデータを不死鳥卍の端末に送りつけても問題ないな。
Mentioning the mystery of security's top dog makes the warden's face pale instantly. Known as the queen of heretic hunters, she won't stop when she sets her sights. She disregards political power dynamics, hunting down heretics and anyone suspected of being involved at the ends of the earth for execution.
しかしもし君が僕を江崎と引き合わせてくれるのであれば、このドローンを君にプレゼントしてやってもいい。
Hearing this, the warden gives up and sighs.
わかりました。面会室でお待ちください。
The visitation room is divided by reinforced glass. Dr. Izaki is not yet on the other side. Apparently Izaki was out and would soon return to the prison.
囚人が外出だって。
How absurd. Despite being a prisoner, Dr. Izaki seems to have obtained freedom akin to a normal person. The prison just happens to be her home at this point. It's not great to be kept waiting in this urgent situation. But there is no use in rushing. If Izaki turns stubborn, that's the end. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time passes slowly but quickly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as my impatience reaches its peak. Hi. A long-haired, slender girl enters the room. Despite being a prisoner, she walks in with the dignity of a noble. She shows no remorse despite making me wait so long. What a theme. I faced her across the glass.
久しぶりだね、ドクター江崎。いや、
Or should I say,
江崎セレン。
フェーズ5、イオンテコとの再会。思ったより遅かったわ。
yeah, the voice of the lady is Izaki. She doesn't seem surprised at all, despite my sudden appearance. Saren... Serene Izaki, commonly known as Dr. Izaki. A genius, neuroscientist, and my former research partner. Till a few years ago, she served as the deputy director of Yugu. She went to prison after I reported her. I was informed she had died in prison, but she looks perfectly healthy.
担当直入に言う。江崎、今すぐ竜宮に来てくれ。君の力を借りたい。
嫌よ。
どうしても君の力がいる。今この国は存亡の危機に陥っているんだ。
嫌よ。
This is what it means to be stonewalled.
君のことだ。すでに状況は理解しているんだろう。
教祖様の死については聞き及んでいるわ。私の技術で何らかのデータを教祖様の脳から引き出したいのでしょう。
天才は健在のようだね。
No need for explanations with Izaki. She can deduce the truth from the small crumbs of information.
あなたがここに来るということは、ヤタに異常でも発生したのかしら。脳から取り出したいのは再起動コード。
そこまで分かっているなら速やかに協力してくれ。ヤタが止まれば君だって死ぬんだぞ。
協力は無理よ。だって私はあなたに恩がないもの。
そう来ると思ったよ。
Izaki's actions are governed by a strict principle of zero debt. If she owes someone, she repays that debt. If someone owes her, she collects. No exceptions.
もしも協力してくれるなら、君の恩赦を警備省に掛け合うことを約束する。
却下。約束手形は交渉材料にはなり得ないわ。
頼む。なんなら恩赦の誓約書を書いてもいい。警備省と法務省から印をもらって正式な法的効力を持たせるから。
仮にここにアルミニウムがあるとするわね。
Izaki begins a sudden analogy.
アルミニウムさん、アルミニウムさん。後であなたに水酸化ナトリウムをプレゼントしますから。そう約束すれば、アルミニウムは溶け出すのかしら。
A silly analogy, but the point is clear. If I want to change your stance, I need to offer something concrete, not promises. Dissolve the mysterious metal that is Serene Izaki. I.
情報が欲しくないか。僕の最新の研究成果を。
私の研究分野にあなたの知見は必要ないわ。
なら金をやろう。僕の全財産を今すぐ君に送金する。
お金なら有り余っているの。
And I can't figure out what she wants. Unless I offer for her to cooperate. I don't know. Hardly know anything about Izaki. Research partners, but not very close. Think. What does Serene Izaki desire? Can I break through? Felt like I was praying. Me, who has an ounce of faith, was desperate for some revelation to go out of this predicament. What should I do? Founder, tell me, please. Let's be the Shuten order. Oh. You can now start Serene Izaki's story. Find out about her past and discover information to convince her. I see. I guess that means it'll probably be a good enough spot. Damn, what a frickin' theme, though. Like, it's scratching, ethereal. Ugh. It has a very familiar feeling to me. It reminds me specifically of Resident Evil 4. It reminds me of Serenity. Basically the save room thing, of course. It's something about it. Very ethereal, but unnerving. But at least for now, I guess we'll see if we finish it up next time. But for the moment, I think that'll do it for today. So, hope to see y'all again soon. More KH3 on Friday, since we're getting to the point where we're getting through the worlds and whatnot. So, hope to see y'all again later. And hope y'all have a good rest of your day / night or whatever. So yeah, take care. See y'all later. Bye-bye.